Hello, my friends. Welcome to the Sned Shed. Happy 2022. I hope you all are well and had a wonderful, wonderful holiday and a wonderful celebration to get rid of 2021 and ring in the new year. My name is David Snedeker. I'm your host this evening, along with Mr. Whistle Whiskers, who's in the house as well tonight. So, welcome one and all. I've just been working on the backdrop here a little bit, and I turned off one of the lights. So, going with a little kind of a quieter mood tonight. At the same time, hope I'm coming through to you loud and clear. Let me just unmute and be ready to roll. All right, my friends. So, happy Monday. We are calling today Multifaceted Monday because it is multifaceted. There is so much going on right now around the world, and especially here in the United States, where we are, on pins and needles, anticipatory of what is to come. Because the way many see it, this is kind of a genocide in the making, and so every time we see these mandates and the pressure to get the jab and the pressure to get tested and the pressure to mask up, all of these steps, it's very clear to me that it is, and it's been very clear, as you know, since day one of COVID, that it has been. It is an absolute attempt at dehumanizing us. Okay, when we have been dehumanized, they will have been successful, because what we are definitely experiencing is they're trying to separate us from each other. They're trying to separate us from our families. They're trying to separate us from our Savior, our God, our Creator. They're trying to separate us from our children. They're trying to separate us from our own humanity. And Rudolf Steiner warned us about this many, many years ago in the early 1900s. And he said that they will use vaccinations as a way to separate us from our spirit, our soul, and that is what is happening today, and that's why many of the people that you see are so wound up in fear that they don't even understand what's really happening, because, as I've mentioned, they're either in such fear that they're in their amygdala, which is their fight or flight mode. So it's like, it's very reactionary. Get away from me. Stop. Don't, you're not masked, this and that. And they're not even thinking clearly because they're in such a state of fight or flight fear. The other level of fear is a little bit less fight or flight, but it's still fearful. And that is a more constant fear. And that is the right brain, and where we're imagining, such horrible things of our parents getting COVID, or our parents getting the next Omicron, or our friends or family getting the next thing, or our children getting sick, and us being responsible because we're adults and we're trying to do the responsible thing. Unfortunately, the parents, the people that believe they're doing the responsible thing, are doing so because they've been told it's safe, not from their own research, unless their research has been done at a level of the indoctrination, the title of our show, because the level of the indoctrination is the actual mainstream media that is controlled by big pharma, big agriculture, big banks, big tech, okay, that controls The other things like Marjorie Taylor Greene just getting her Twitter, canceled, terminated for life. What? She's a congressperson of the United States of America. Dr. Robert Malone actually created the mRNA technology. He's been kicked off Twitter. Now, we're still on Twitter. We're broadcasting this live right now on Twitter, okay? However, I don't rely on Twitter, even though I do tweet. We're going to be shifting. Everyone's going to be shifting away from Twitter, even though Q said stay on the battlefield. So we'll always stay here. We'll always broadcast here as long as my other account doesn't get terminated like the INdoctriNATION account got terminated. But these are the people that are in control of the information. And so the people that are doing the research, if they're doing the research inside the indoctrination paradigm, they're getting exactly the information that paradigm of control wants humanity to believe, so that they can continue on this genocide route. So that's where we're at. The reality of this is that they are appealing to people's love of family, love of their children, love of their parents, in order to implant that suggestion that the best thing you can do is get the vaccine. And not only just get one, but get a second, a third, and then get that booster. Okay? Mask up, indoor and outdoor, whether you're vaccinated or not. Social distance. Isolate. Quarantine, even if you test positive, even though you're not showing, symptoms of COVID. Okay? They're appealing to the fear and the love and the devotion. Mothers who are getting their children vaccinated are overly trusting of their government, or overly trusting of the television or the newspaper or the magazine that they read. And they're not aware of the indoctrination. Otherwise, they would look elsewhere for their information and find real information. And the sooner we can convey to people that they are doing research, they're getting their information inside the indoctrination, the sooner that we can shatter that indoctrination. This program, of which I've done over 800 shows, is the indoctrination and shattering the indoctrination. It is the indoctrination into truth, because that is the only indoctrination we have not received as humanity. And so this is an indoctrination into truth, but it is also an indoctrination into discernment, programming you, conditioning you to be discerning in everything you hear, having a feedback loop with every piece of information you're getting. If you get a couple pictures of two people that look alike and they're trying to make the connection, go deeper. Find out where these people were born, where did they graduate, where did they go to school, who were their parents, what were their maiden names, what were their names. Dig deeper. Don't bite into everything that comes across these platforms with information that is really sexy and really enticing. Double back, do your own research, right? And that will be the way we go. So this is our new reality of having to be discerning over every bit of information that we get. Okay. Deb, NYC is gone. Absolutely. Deb, it sounds like you're having some issues there. Please reach out to our team and if we can help at all. I know some people are interested in helping, so please reach out to us through email and let us know what's going on, please. I don't want to get it secondhand from you or from others. So sorry you're dealing with such issues there in New York. It is tragic. Nate, praying for your mom, Sonia says. Nate, what's going on with your mom? I hope and pray all is well. And we'll keep her in our prayers. So this is, this is the point. This is the precipice that Q talked about. Why did Q tell us about all of this? Why did Q tell us about all of this? Because Q needed us. That's why we're included in the huddle. That's why Q told us about the precipice and how we would only at the precipice would humanity engage. Would humanity fight back? And are we at the precipice? They're coming after our children. So I sure as hell hope that we're at the precipice. Because, they're coming after our dogs. We saw Fauci with the beagles. They're coming after our children to get them vaccinated, even though we know that this is a genocidal program. Mom in hospital after we beat COVID using ivermectin, now very confused, maybe early dementia. Sorry to hear that, Nate. Yeah, prayers up. We got a lot to cover tonight. What I want to, the message I want to send is, as we're going through all the negative things that are happening in the world, imagine people waking up. Okay? Imagine the level of information that people must receive in order to wake up from their slumber. And see if you can get that piece of information to them in a way that could help them wake up from their slumber. Maybe you make a new Gmail account and you send it to the address that you know they have from an anonymous Gmail account. And you might even say, hey, Bob, take a look at this, and their name's not Bob, right? Okay, something like that. Like, oh, they're curious because obviously they got the wrong email. So who's this from and what is it? And boom, you drop a bomb on them. Okay, so this is very, very important that we continue to awaken the masses and we continue to spread this information, because you'd be surprised how many people are awake. Just talking to a beautiful neighbor of mine today. Finding out she's awake was such a gift in so many ways. And so it's really great to connect and continue to awaken and continue to support those who are not yet awake. Yeah? All right, my friends, I want to get into the show because we got a lot to cover. Hopefully Todd and Cindy will come on a little bit earlier tonight. I want to try to do the shows a little bit shorter in the new year so that they're more shareable and that we can reach more people. I'm also looking at possibly doing more than one show. So I'm looking at some options here, and certainly as we build the network as well. I want to have more and more content for the network. So, and for those of you who reached out to me about the my memorabilia that got all wet. Thank you very much. And please, if you have any suggestions for the mold and the wetness, please send them to davesned@gmail.com and just put in the subject wet something or water damage, something of that effect, please. davesned@gmail.com. Thank you, my friends. Uh, Dave, CNN needs an anchor. Hey, that's a sinking ship, man. They got an anchor, all right. So let's get to the show notes, my friends. I am looking forward to getting through some of the good news, some of the bad news, but also understanding that Q said only at the precipice. Only at the precipice will humanity engage. You cannot tell people, you must show them. And so here we are in the show, showing humanity what's really, really going on. And it ain't pretty. And we need to just stay safe along the way. Multifaceted Monday, the INdoctriNATION.com show links. Folks, this is the link tree to David Snedeker. If you click on this, as many of you had, you can click on the Facebook link, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. You can email me. You can donate here. You can find us on Telegram here. The Sned Swag is here. That takes you right to the shop. The Snedcast, that's my podcast. And then, of course, Rumble. We are live right now on Rumble. So that's what happens when you click the link tree. Tomorrow's headlines tonight on the Indoctrination with David Snedeker, where the news unlocks the map. Navy SEALs religious injunction. CDC sued. Feds admit to J6 infiltration. That's going to be a good one. Kim Jong-un, half the man he used to be. Drops Deltas, decodes, and much more. And folks, show contributors Jim Rice, Brenda Kung, Scott Harley, Chris, Roberta Blank, Judy Harden, Marianne Simone, Trump at 17, Mary Sheasel, Rick Duplantis, Jen Davis, and Betsy Jones. Thank you very much. Trump has a couple of endorsements, one statement, and an article and a statement. Let's go to it. Prime Minister Viktor Orban, that's his Hungary, and so he's supporting leaders around the world, folks. This is going to be huge. Also, hold on, I got to go through that every time. Endorse of Derek Schmidt. Derek Schmidt is the Attorney General running for the Attorney General of the great state of Kansas. Now he's running for governor, and he's strong on crime and the borders and always under siege. Second Amendment. He loves our military and our vets. So there's Kansas for you, my friends, and President Trump getting behind some really good people here. Congresswoman Mary Miller, people of Illinois, and Mary's running. She fights hard against Biden's open borders, runaway inflation, and the radical indoctrination of our children. So Illinois could use a really good conservative. Here's President Trump's statement. This is right at the end of the year. The United States has just set a record high for coronavirus infections. Remember when Biden said that he would quickly and easily solve this problem? How's he doing? He now says that it's up to the states, not the federal government. Exactly the opposite of what he said during the campaign. Absolutely. Biden's devastating foreign policy failures. Let's see when this one was. This was 12:30. Talking about Murkowski being a disaster from Alaska, and how Mike Dunleavy is a great governor, and who's thanking President Trump for his endorsement. So a couple things from President Trump, and just making sure I don't miss anything here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, good stuff. Now, just keep an eye on President Trump because we need to know what's going on. And obviously, the witch hunt continues. This is the, Letitia James, Attorney General of New York, who ran on going after President Trump. Okay, she literally, this has been a witch hunt since before she was even elected. And so So Trump's lawyers said they will squash the subpoena. It's currently under indictment in Manhattan. The Trump organization is also facing criminal investigation by Mimi Rocah, the Trump-hating Democrat DA in Westchester County, New York. The DA's office is probing to see if the Trump organization misled the town of Ossining about the golf course's property value to pay less taxes. Rocah, who has repeatedly attacked Trump publicly, is on a fishing expedition looking for a crime. Earlier this year, Manhattan DA Cyrus Vance hit the Trump org with criminal charges. Okay. Why is this happening? Well, because they know that if he runs again in 2024, that they're not going to be able to steal the election this time. Okay? So they're trying to take him out before the next election and or before, Biden is found out that this fraud is discovered. Because if they can take Trump out, then he won't be an option. They cannot have Trump back in. That's the major thing that they're trying to do. Okay? A federal judge has ruled and just granted an injunction to a group of Navy SEALs seeking religious exemption. Let's go to that.
Breaking right now, just in the past few minutes, a federal judge has ruled and just granted temporary injunction to a group of Navy SEALs seeking religious exemption from the vaccine mandate. Judge Reed O'Connor saying there is no COVID-19 exception to the First Amendment. There is no military exclusion from our Constitution. Again, that's the last few minutes. A federal judge granting that temporary injunction to Navy SEALs. Obviously, it's a mandate for all in the military to get the vaccine, and now this federal judge stepping in. This obviously is all heading its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, Navy SEALs, obviously, it's a mandate for all in the military.
I want to just hear this once again.
Military to get the vaccine, and now this federal judge stepping in. This obviously is all Constitution. Again, that's the last First Amendment, saying there is no COVID-19 exception to the First Amendment.
There's no COVID vaccination law or any aspect of COVID that is included in the First Amendment. The First Amendment is the freedom of religion. So if you're saying this is a religious exemption, you should not be questioned there. That's your First Amendment rule.
Exception to the First Amendment. There is no military exclusion from our Constitution. Again,
and there's no military exclusion from our Constitution. Two very, very simple aspects of our existing laws, existing Constitution of this country. You cannot get around that. If you go to the fundamentals, you can't get around the fact that you have your First Amendment right, freedom of speech and the freedom of worship. And if your religion says that you are not to put these things in your body, the government cannot challenge that. And if they do challenge that, that's why we were given the Second Amendment. Okay? And because you have government organizations that aren't government organizations at all, but more business organizations like the CDC. The Informed Consent Action Network claims that the CDC is improperly withholding COVID-19 vaccine safety data from the American public. In a December 29 statement, the nonprofit announced that it filed a lawsuit against the CDC and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Hold on one sec. Here is the document. The complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. Okay. And to force it to provide de-identified post-licensure safety data for the COVID-19 vaccines in the CDC's vaccination safe system. According to the website of the CDC, vSafe is an active surveillance program to monitor the safety of the vaccines during the period when the vaccines are authorized for use under the FDA emergency use authorization, and possibly earlier after vaccine licensure. Through the app, vaccine recipients can inform the agency about any side effects they've suffered after getting a vaccine from COVID-19. Currently, the CDC has made data from its vSafe system available to the private computer technology company Oracle in de-identified form, meaning that the personal identifying information has been redacted. Why? Because of HIPAA violations. And because of this test that they set up. I'm sure that it said that your information will not be given out. But also, your information should not be made public as per HIPAA. That's a law. That's an actual law. And if you have organizations that are, sharing this kind of information, your personal health information, that is against the law. That is a violation of our law. The data will be collected, managed, and housed on a secure server by Oracle, according to the CDC. Through Health and Human Services, Oracle has donated IT services to any agency conducting COVID-19 related activities. All data will be stored, processed, and transmitted in accordance with the Federal Information Security Modernization Act, FISMA, and based on NIST standards, the agency website states. However, ICANN wants the CDC produce that same de-identified data to the general public to assure transparency regarding claims by both the CDC and the Biden administration that COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective. Why wouldn't that be the first thing that rolled out, folks? If they were safe and they were effective, wouldn't that be the first thing that they finally say, hey, look, we got this test. It says they're safe and effective. That's exactly what they do. They would do because they're trying to get everybody to take it. So if you're armed with that kind of ammunition, you would lead with it right away. Why are they hiding it? Because the information is not good. They aren't safe and effective. The FDA and CDC have now made crystal clear that their promise of transparency with regard to COVID-19 vaccines was hogwash, ICANN said in its December 29th statement. Okay. Here's a group in New York protesting the mandates. This is in Reno, Nevada. This is these vials are being administered at a drive-up vaccination site. Think about that. Did you ever think you'd go to a drive-through for your vaccine? Folks, anything you can get at a drive-through is not healthy for you. Think about that, okay? Anything that you can get at a drive-through, chances are very good that it's not healthy for you. The FDA has asked a judge to give it 75 years to produce data. Why would you want to wait 75 years if the data was beneficial to your cause? You wouldn't. You would release it immediately so you have the support of science behind these claims that the vaccine is safe. Having previously asked the court to give it until the year 2076 to fully release the documents. As everyone now knows, the FDA has asked a federal judge to give it at least 75 years. And they want to hide the post-licensure safety data. Based on their own documentation, the data submitted to vSafe is already available in de-identified form. So no one's going to be hurt. So why wouldn't you release this? Okay. The nonprofit, through its attorneys, asked in 3 Freedom of Information requests that the CDC produce the data, to which the health agency acknowledged that vSafe data contains approximately 119 million medical entries, but declined to produce it because the information in the app is not de-identified. However, the third request was administratively closed by the CDC, claiming that it was a duplicate of the original request, which was denied. So 3 times it's been requested. 3 times. By ICANN. And CDC and Department of Health and Human Services, no response. No response as to what's going on here. And ICANN is just saying that people in the world should have access to this. That's all. Okay. Now, don't worry, the icon will not rest until this data is made public. So today has commenced a lawsuit against the CDC and HHS, demanding that a court compel them to release this data. ICANN was founded by Del Bigtree in 2016 and 2021. The organization filed a lawsuit against the CDC to request that the agency take down its statement claiming that vaccines don't cause autism from its webpage on autism and vaccines. So Del Bigtree doing some great work there, my friends, and we will continue to share Del's work and promote Del and his work over at the High Wire, and grateful for him. The Pfizer's own vaccine trial shows an increased risk of illness and death for the vaccinated. Pfizer's data before the trial was unblinded shows a significant increase in the risk of illness for the vaccinated group versus the placebo group. You won't actually find it in the report itself. You have to dig into the supplementary appendix in order to find it. There you find 5,241 related adverse events in the vaccinated group versus 1,311 related adverse events in the placebo group. In summary, for the vaccinated group, there was a 300% increase of related adverse events. 300% increase in the vaccinated. A 75% increase of severe adverse events, and a 10% increase of serious adverse events. Los Angeles Public Schools canceled their vaccine mandate after 30,000 kids were not complying. This is great news, and this is why we say do not comply. From Cassandra Fairbanks, January 2nd. And they were planning to implement this extreme mandate, but they had to cancel it. This is also work done by the Children's Health Defense, Robert Kennedy Jr. and their team over there. And the district has had to push back until fall. And but then they'll come for us again, okay? They'll come for us again. So, don't rest on your laurels. Dr. Robert Malone, who's had his Twitter completely annihilated. First time in history that the ineffectiveness of a medicine is being blamed on those who haven't taken it. No truer words were ever said. Let's catch just two minutes of him on Joe Rogan right now.
They removed you for not going along with whatever the tech narrative is, because tech clearly has a censorship agenda when it comes to COVID, in terms of treatment, in terms of whether or not you are promoting what they would call vaccine hesitancy. They can ban you for that. They can ban you for, in their eyes, what they think is a justifiable offense. And they're doing this, and I don't know who these people are that are doing this, but they're doing this. One of the most important things about you reading out your history like that is to one of the most qualified people in the world to talk about vaccines.
Well, thank you for that. I think that's so. One way that some people put it is, and of course, since this has happened, I've been contacted by multiple lawyers that are looking at filing a suit, just like Alex Berenson has one against Twitter. And the point is made just what you just made. The point that I think is kind of succinct on this is, if my voice, if there's no merit to my voice being in the conversation, whether it's true or not, whether I'm factually correct or not, let's park that just for a minute. Whether or not I'm right in everything I say, and I freely admit no one's perfect. I'm not perfect. It's one of my core points, is people should think for themselves. And I try really hard to give people the information and help them to think, not to tell them what to think. Okay? But the point is, if it's not okay for me to be part of the conversation, even though I'm pointing out scientific facts that may be inconvenient, then who can be allowed? And whether you're in the camp that says I'm a liar and I didn't invent this technology despite the patents, when there's a whole cohort of that, no one can dispute that I played a major role in the creation of this tech. And virtually all other voices that have that background have conflicts of interest, financial conflicts of interest. I think I'm the only one that doesn't. I'm not getting any money out of this.
He's not making any money on this. He's not making any money on telling the world not to use the vaccine that he created. What's up with that? What's up with the fact that they're censoring this guy, right? They're censoring him hard, and they're keeping him from having a voice. And how's this happening? Well, 1,587 beautiful humans in the theater tonight. Thanks for being here, my friends. David Snedeker here with you. Todd and Cindy will be in a little bit later. But look at Scott Gottlieb. He's the former FDA commissioner, all right, who was in charge of regulating Pfizer. Now he's on the board of Pfizer. Okay. Stephen Hahn, former FDA commissioner in charge of regulating Moderna, and now he's on the chief medical officer of Flagship Pioneering, the venture capital firm behind Moderna. James C. Smith, CEO of Reuters, in charge of informing people about the COVID-19 vaccines. On the right is a current member of the board of directors of Pfizer. Anthony Fauci, NIAID director under the National Institutes of Health. And on the right is the funder of the bioweapons research on gain-of-function bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And just one correction on that, excuse me, is that we funded that. He decided where that money went, but it was our money. Okay? Thank you, J.L. Picard, for this. Conflicts of interest is what we need to be going after. Okay. The FDA approval, as we saw, is it's the revolving door. Okay. FDA approves Pfizer booster for 12 to 15-year-olds, dismisses risk of mild heart inflammation. My friends, since when is any heart inflammation mild? How does this even happen in a sane world? The answer, it's not a sane world. It's a world that we have created, okay? And let's see, where's this taking me on Zero Hedge? And this is, I don't know where this is going here. This is not where I wanted to go, but the Mad Jabber could be an interesting Alice in Wonderland. Looks like a poem for the Alice in Wonderland. 'Twas Brillig and the Bat Sleuth Gloves. I'm not going to read that. If you guys want to check that out, it's on Zero Hedge. And let's listen to Robert Kennedy again. We're going to give him a voice as long as he keeps speaking. Let me see if I can get him.
It's time we started standing up to all of these mandates. You remember when the government told us, when Tony Fauci told us that we were going to lock down, he said it was for 2 weeks. And now it's been almost 2 years. And I'm going to tell you 3 things that you need to remember in this critical day and age. One is that once government acquires a power, it never lets it go voluntarily. Never in history has a government once it acquired a power voluntarily relinquish it without a demand. The second thing that we need to know is that every power that government acquires using this pandemic as a pretense, it will ultimately abuse to the maximum effect possible. And this is just a rule that is as certain as gravity. The third thing that you need to know is that nobody has ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. Every time you comply, the demands will get greater and greater. We need to resolve that here and now, this is the hill that we need to die on. They have come for our jobs. They've come for our transport. Now they're coming for our children. And we have an obligation as parents to protect them. There has never been a government in history that has told its people, we are going to demand that children sacrifice themselves and take risks to save old people. It's always the other way around. The old, the mature, the adults always put themselves at risk to protect their children. This is an ethical issue. It's a moral issue. It's an issue of character for each of us. And it's an issue about the preservation of democracy and public health. We all need to stand up now and do everything that we can to block these power plays by authoritarian powers within our society that are trying to steal from us the health of our children.
I'm just checking some of the my emails to find out if I did hear from Deb. And Deb, yes, davesned@gmail. Reach out. I know Carolyn has already talked to you about connecting with you and helping you get out of New York City. So we're absolutely looking to try to help you in any way that the Snedheads can. Basically, folks, Deb is in New York City. She's got a lot of pressure from her neighbors to get out. And so, you know, quite honestly, if I was in New York City, I'd be afraid too, Deb. So I don't blame you, but definitely, let's figure out how to help you get out of New York City if that's what you want to do, and put you on a chain of Snedheads that are willing to step up and help out on that are on that neck of the woods. So. Please reach out again. If you reached me at davesned@gmail, I did not receive it, so please include Barbara and Christy from the show notes, okay? And we'll make this happen, okay? You're welcome. You're welcome, Deb. Let's see what we can do. So, my friends, you know, a lot of people going through a lot of stuff right now, so just keep everybody in your prayers and make sure that we just make sure that we're helping as much as we can with each other and figuring out a way to get through this, right? Now, very interesting. I want to just go into Robert Kennedy's stream there that we just showed you. Right behind him, right, is Bird. It says Bird there. Come here, buddy. Come on. I don't know if you're going to have a spot there, pal. There's a close-up of Mr. Whistle Whiskers' fur. Come on, buddy. And let me get you to Robert Kennedy. You see the Bird book? Well, Jen thought maybe that's a comm, right? So we'll talk to Todd a little bit more about that. But basically, Bird is that particular book behind him is actually a book from a famous photographer, Andrew, I'm forgetting his name right now, but if you look for the book Bird by Andrew, I want to say, I can't think of his last name right now, but he basically took pictures of all birds against a white background, and he got in touch with all these aviaries and all these zoos, to make this happen. But going beyond that, if you're looking for a possible calm, when do birds sing, right? Also, the Bird Foundation, Binational Industrial Research and Development Foundation, promotes and facilitates collaboration between the U.S. and Israeli companies in a wide range of technology sectors for the purpose of joint product development. It provides conditional grants of up to 50% of a project's budget to selected projects. So you might want to dig down here and find out if there's anything there. But since the 1970s, the foundation has approved investments in over 1,000 projects, and which have yielded direct and indirect revenues of more than $10 billion. So BIRD approves projects twice a year. Projects are evaluated by expert reviewers appointed by the Israeli Innovative Authority and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the U.S. Department of Commerce. So just a little possible side note on that, okay? A Pfizer board member has reached out and said cloth masks don't provide much protection against the CCP virus. This is the guy we were just talking about. What would be his benefit for saying that? Well, how about the fact that he doesn't sell masks and he doesn't sell bandanas. What he does sell are the vaccines that you will get if you feel that your mask isn't protecting you. Okay. Fauci warns CDC might change quarantine guidelines yet again. Just more nonsense, but we expect that, right? And so they're trying to lock us up. They're trying to lock us up. They're trying to lock us up. They're trying to make everything dangerous. They're trying to keep us in fear. They're trying to make us sick. Just more and more nonsense out of Fauci and the CDC. It's time to make them go bye-bye. And we need to be a part of that. Let me just do this.
But the other important thing is that if you look at the children who are hospitalized, many of them are hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID. And what we mean by that, if a child goes in the hospital, they automatically get tested for COVID, and they get counted as a COVID hospitalized individual, when in fact they may go in for a broken leg or appendicitis or something like that. So it's overcounting the number of children who are, quote, hospitalized with COVID as opposed to because of COVID.
Interesting. Hey, Natalie says Robert Kennedy required his guests to be vaxxed to attend his holiday parties. What's your source for that, Natalie? I doubt that that's true. And also, if you're saying parties plural, how many of them did he have? Please provide receipts for a claim like that. I'd be very surprised if that's the case. So let's see. Let me get back to the show notes here. Again, Fauci, we need to make him go bye-bye. And this is huge rally at the Capitol building in New York this Wednesday. I know, Deb, you're sick, so probably not going to be out there for that. But they're coming after your kids, warns a flyer for the New York statewide rally that will take place this coming Wednesday at the Capitol building in Albany. Of course, that's all the way up in Albany. I know you're in the city. And it'll take place during Governor Kathy Hochul's State of the State address. And so you got to let her know what you think, folks. New York, they're coming after your kids. Vaccine choice, yes. Mandates, no. Kids rally at the New York Capitol in Albany. Wednesday, January 5th, 10 a.m. If you can get there, please get there, and please send some footage our way. Robert Kennedy's Children's Health Defense is sponsoring this event. along with 40 other organizations. Okay, and he's pushing this that they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop what's going on here. We saw AOC down in Florida. Let's see what Governor DeSantis has to say.
AOC was seen regarding maskless here in Florida. She's been critical of your policy, but yet she comes to Florida and enjoys the free state. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, look, I think if I had $1 for every lockdown politician who decided to escape to Florida over the last 2 years, I'd be a pretty doggone wealthy man, let me tell you. I mean, Congress people, mayors, governors, I mean, you name it. And it's interesting, though, the reception that, that some of these folks will get in Florida, because I think a lot of Floridians say, wait a minute, you're bashing us because we're not doing your draconian policies, and yet we're the first place you want to flee to basically to be able to enjoy life. And so I'm not surprised to see that continue to happen. I could tell you, I mean, there are probably about a half dozen governors who had restrictions on their people and then were spotted at various points in Florida. Some of it's been public, some of it's not been public, but people tell me these things, and so these things are spotted, and so that's just the reality that we're dealing with. I think I'm happy, though, that Florida is a place where people know they can come and they can live like normal people. They can make their own decisions. Fauci, again, he's railing against the restaurants. I mean, these poor people have had, they've done very well in Florida because we protected them. But, this is not an industry that's easy to do very well in. And he's singling them out as if that is somehow such a huge factor when there's all these other things that you could be pointing to. I just think it's wrong. But people know they can come, they can go get a beer. They're not going to have to show papers. They're not going to have to do anything. And just look at what we're seeing now. How big of a failure have vaccine passports been? Okay, if vaccine passports succeeded, you would not see a lot of the stuff that you're seeing in a lot of states that implemented them. And so all it served to do was discriminate against people based on an individual choice, create a two-tiered society. And yes, they are moving, like I said a couple months ago, they are moving to update that to say, in some parts, they're going to say you need a third shot to be able to do. So those policies have not worked, and I think ultimately, look, people vote with their feet. I always say I'm so happy with our Floridians. I'm not asking for people to come move, because we've got great people. We've got a lot of great stuff going on. I think we're going to do a lot more great stuff. But the fact of the matter is, if you look from July of 2020 to July of 2021, we led the country in where people were wanting to come to. And I think that that's a result of protecting people's freedoms and making sure that we had a state worth living in.
Absolutely. It's a state worth living in because you have a good, solid governor that isn't afraid to go against the status quo. This is West Virginia governor who is basically telling the truth about what's going on here. Let me give you a few minutes of him.
His name was Clifford E. Brooks Sr.
I think you gave me a timestamp on this. Let's see. I'm looking for just the clip, Christy, if you could get me a timestamp on that West Virginia governor, because it's a long one, and I just wanted the part.
Again, remember the Delta variant,
where he was reading
seen 5,288 deaths since way too many. Way too many. We've done a lot of good stuff in West Virginia.
Hey there.
Hi there. How are you?
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you and to all the Sneds. Woo!
Happy Easter.
We made it to 2021.
Happy Easter, pal.
Always stay ahead of the game, Dave. Don't look back.
Absolutely. How was the long weekend?
Oh my gosh, so wonderful.
Awesome.
It went by pretty quick.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did go by pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like 4 days to do anything we want, and then it was like
frozen in.
I don't know if you guys experienced this, but it's like, wow, I can't wait to get some time off. I'm going to get so much done, right?
Yeah. Oh God.
And then, whoops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't
That's
quite happen the
exactly
way.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Didn't quite happen the way I had
There you go.
hoped.
No, I was going to be very productive.
Yep.
Keyword is was.
Yeah. Exactly.
Don't do today what you can put off till tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the good news of that is that means that we actually, what we accomplished was relaxation. Would you say?
Yeah.
That's true?
Sure.
I'd say, yeah.
We
Okay.
were relaxed, weren't we?
Yeah, I agree.
I think
agree.
battery recharge was in order.
Yep. And by the way, I also think, I mean, I really need to unplug. Like when we have that time, oh my God. I come back fresh, I come back ready to fight again. But that time to just really unhook is so necessary.
Yeah,
So
it really
necessary.
is.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts?
Even troops, in World War II they got pulled out for a week or two to, for a little R&R, and then they went back to the front.
Right. Yeah. The USO would come out and.
It's necessary or you burn out, and then you're no good to anything.
Yeah, exactly. I've got some camera issues here. Trying to fix. There we go. That might work. Let's see. That'll work. Okay. All right. So, a lot going on, with the jabs, with the feeling about everything. I think we're getting more and more people awake to what's really going on. Are you guys seeing any of that, or are you experiencing any of that? Or was it just the same old at your family get-togethers and your parties and so forth?
Well, we only had really a couple get-togethers, and my family is very awake. Nothing was really spoken about. We kept it light on all fronts, even on Cindy's side, where we have some people that don't think the way we think.
Right.
We just kept it on point to enjoy the time we had together. There's no reason, both sides are dug in like ticks. Nobody's moving, so
Yep.
There was nothing to gain by even starting the conversation then.
Yeah, and I kind of felt the same way. Made a couple more promises to my daughter about not talking about this stuff with a couple get-togethers that we had, and it actually worked out really great because the people that I was with, they already know where I fall. They know what I think. Okay, Whiskers, how you doing there, pal? All right. I guess...
Is he trashing the place?
Yeah, he is. He just he's like a rock star in here. I'm just glad. He doesn't have an axe to swing. So we are definitely if they know where I stand and they know what's what I'm doing, I don't feel the need to get into it. And especially when they've got other things going on with like cancer and fighting that and focusing on their health and there are bigger battles to wage here, but it's good to be able to also just unhook from all that and not have it be an issue at certain days, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, it's up to everybody to make their own choice on this. You know,
pick your battles.
You can't make somebody change their whole value system over a meal.
Yeah.
And if they're not seeing it by now, I don't know. I don't know if they're not even sensing something's different.
Yeah.
If they're not asking their own questions to the, that I don't know that they're going to come out of it.
Yeah. Well, somebody just said, do you find it difficult, Karen said, to talk about other things? I didn't at all, because for me, it was like one of my guys, one of my buddies, he grew up in a communist country. And so I asked him, what is that like growing up in that communist country?
Oh, wow.
And he said, what's the tragic part is that, we're on our way there here.
Yep.
And he sees that. He sees it very clearly. But grew up in Bulgaria, and they had some freedom after they broke free from the Ottoman Empire in the 1870s, and then they had some freedom until World War II, when Russia, came in and basically, raped their women and took control over the country and led it into communism. And so, just hearing somebody who experienced this as a child and sees the same things happening here, we were able to talk about what's going on here without really talking about what's going on here, right?
Well, yeah, and I think another thing, Dave, when we know that, some part of the population that's overflowing our border down the southern border, they're trying to escape from what we're talking about. So when they see it, I don't think that, that if the Dems are thinking, well, they're coming to this country and they're going to vote for us because we let them in, I think they might have another thing coming if they're allowed to vote, which shouldn't take place. But you know what I'm saying? The presumption that every person that crosses is going to be a Dem vote, I think is mistaken.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to vote in what they're running from.
Yeah.
It doesn't make really a lot of sense, So, and you can see that in the Hispanic numbers are off the charts for the change that's going on in the Hispanic vote, and also, this last election, if the numbers were actually not changed, you would have seen, a very high, the highest group of the black population ever voting for Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, they're not coming back. They're waking up.
Yeah.
And when they talk about this, this two-tiered society, David, it really gets me, because it's like, well, we're not going to allow unvaccinated people in our restaurant.
Yeah.
But then you can also look that 70% of the black population is not jabbed. So then what are you going to say? You're not going to allow 70% of the black population that wants to come in your restaurant to come in because they're not vaccinated?
Yeah.
So it's almost, it's racism without the racism name. You know what I mean? It's amazing that that's where we're at right now. When you have figures now, we have statistics, Dave. I mean, we have the fact that Israel is 90% jabbed, and they had a 450% increase in Omicron.
Right.
This has got to wake people up. I mean, you don't really have to research that hard to scratch your head when you read an article and say, wow, how is Israel having this huge breakout? They're all vaxxed.
Yeah.
Doesn't that just kind of open somebody's eyes somewhere? I mean, hell, you have people in the Arctic, that Netherlands group that's been in the Arctic. I think there's a group of 25. They've all been vaxxed. They've all been isolated. Yep. They've all been tested. And now like 3/4 of them have COVID. So I'm wondering, do they have 5G there?
That's a good question.
Because we've kind of, we were all on the, tip of the spear on calling that what it was. And, I don't even know if we should talk about it, but the number of digits you have on a hand, and the initial that starts my last name is still big in play.
Yeah. Yeah.
when I drive around and see those towers, I'm thinking, are we not are we not fighting the battle where we need to fight?
Yes. Well, that's a great question. It's the Belgian research station in Antarctica.
That's right.
Yeah. And 16 of the 25 workers there who have all been vaccinated and obviously isolated. Definitely a accentuation on ice.
It's like how did the people on Gilligan's Island catch this?
Yeah, exactly.
The skipper's got it. Marianne's got it.
Well, hey, let's start with Ginger, shall we?
Yes. Love the redheads.
The loose redhead. Let's start with her.
Easy now.
I wouldn't group yourself in with Ginger Grant there,
you
Cindy.
had the cabal and Mrs. Howell, Mr. and Mrs. Howell too. So
exactly,
a microcosm of cabal.
Yeah,
that was society.
And then you had Gilligan, who was Q.
The chimp
just
might have been Q.
What's that?
The chimpanzee might have been Q.
Yeah, exactly. So how does this work? Do they needed more isolation? A friend of mine she went to see a friend of hers who was sick, and then said, well, how did you get sick? You haven't been anywhere. She literally was a person that, holed up at home and didn't go out and ordered her meals and she said, have you been watching TV? She says, yeah. She says, well, that's the fear that they've instilled in you. They've made you sick. Watching the news and the fear has made you sick.
Right. It's mental health.
Yeah.
That opens up another can of worms. Stress on the human body is just incredibly damaging.
Yep. And Biden coming out with 40,000. I'm sorry, almost all of the 400,000. He probably said 40,000. I'm just Americans who died of COVID this year were unvaccinated, right? So he always throws out these words like, almost all and all that, nothing of significance. And then this is Daniel Kotzen. According to CDC, 76% of the U.S. COVID deaths were in the age 65 and older, right? So also according to CDC, 88% of 65 and older are fully vaccinated.
Do the
If
math.
you understand basic math, you know that if these premises are true, it isn't possible for almost all COVID deaths to be in the unvaccinated.
Right.
And so this is what we need to be paying attention to is this kind of propaganda, right? And,
well, he does the same thing. He does the same thing in the economy. I've pointed out many times how he's taking credit for the unemployment rate when 20% of the population isn't even participating in the job market now, so they take them out.
Right.
It's just it's how they fudge the numbers, and you can do that on anything, and they continue to do it on all this. Any of the studies on the effectiveness of a mask or the efficacy of the jab. They will take. They're always working the numbers in their favor, and you can do that with anything.
Yeah.
But everybody in the country knows the economy is not what it was under Trump. They know they don't have as much money in their pocket. They know everything's more expensive. So it's up to them to realize that what he is saying and what you are feeling and actually experiencing in your life every day are worlds apart.
Absolutely.
And that's why his approval rating's gone in the toilet. And I still can't believe that there's as many people who will stand up, but that comes back to the, it's harder to get someone to admit they're wrong than anything.
Right.
they'll dig in and they'll try to find something that they've got to find something, look somewhere for information that validates their feelings.
Well, the validation of their feelings is easy to find in the mainstream.
Right.
Obviously, right? And that's why we have to, break them free of that bondage that they're experiencing. But also, we're looking at there are certain things that are breaking the dam of the mainstream narrative, right? And
you mean the fact that everybody in CNN's getting arrested for pedophilia?
Exactly, right?
I mean, come on.
Yep. It's definitely starting to come to fruition, and in terms of the justice that we've been talking about for quite some time.
Yeah, and I think that's been, maybe our bad on the naivety of us thinking that there is a, flick the switch cure for this. I think back on the way we research and what when we're expecting things to happen and, boom, it's all going to be over one day. It's, that's a little naive on our part. And that's kind of the growth we've gone through, thinking that there is some one thing that's going, one event, and there still might be, an event that there's a mass awakening too.
Right.
But I don't know what it is. And I don't claim to know what it is, but I have an idea.
Yeah. What's your, two things. One, that, and I want to come back to your idea, but I wanted to point out that the judge overseeing the Wisconsin election fraud probe, this is from Right Side Broadcasting, issues 70-some subpoenas to Wisconsin state employees and entities, mayoral staffers, IT departments, private companies, and special interest groups who are involved in the 2020 election. This is Michael Gableman, special counsel. It shows that Wisconsin's election audit is far from complete, showing a far different story from that reported by the mainstream media. So again, mainstream media is saying there's nothing here, right? There's nothing to see here, so to speak, and it's only a bunch of right-wing conspiracy Q nuts that think that the election was stolen. And so he's also looking into Zuckerberg and the role he played in the massive amounts of money that were used, right? And
right.
So, one of the naive things that I think we stepped into was not realizing how difficult it would be to overturn a general presidential election, right? I mean,
yeah, and just I think mainly the hard part about that is the public blowback.
Yeah,
because there's still a group and there's still people that think that it was stolen in 2016, and then we think it was stolen in 2020. So my resolution to this, Dave, and always has been, let's open everything up.
Yeah.
Let's look at it all.
Yep.
Transparency is never going to be a bad thing, whether you believe it or not. Whether you think both elections were good, one election was bad, one was good, one was, or either way, whatever you think. Let's open it all up, because we've been hearing since, 1996 that these voter machines can be tampered with.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at grainy footage of people saying exactly what was happening.
Yep. Yep. And it's, you're talking about Pierre Gillard, right? Pierre Gilbert, who we showed here on the show, talking about the basically talking about the how they were going to implant things in our brain for through vaccines, and that will control us. And here we are. You know, I've watched 2 movies this weekend. One, well, more than 2 actually, but 2 that are of significance. One was Johnny Mnemonic, which I had never seen.
I've never seen that.
Okay, and it was, you know, it was pretty bad. It was kind of, but you know, after you've seen The Matrix and you've seen other movies, it's kind of doesn't hold up really well. But it's basically something was uploaded into his brain, and he had to get it out of his brain, otherwise he would die, right? So I'm hoping that with this jab that they're going to be downloads or escapes from the body from some of these things, right?
Right.
Certainly we hear a lot about the med beds, but it's all speculation. None of it's, you know, been verified. None of it's, we don't have receipts on any med beds. Nobody does. Nobody has the truth on the med beds. So it's
I think it's safe to assume that there's medical technology that's being held back for the benefit of the few, in particular the people who are trying to poke us all.
Yeah, exactly.
Government secrets, Dave, to me are one of the biggest things that even if you go to the alien thing, if you go to technological advances, if you go to weaponry, what they have and what they don't have, all of these hidden secrets, that are behind the scenes, because their excuse is, well, mankind would go crazy if aliens were confirmed. And we can't tell them that there's a weapon out there that can do this or that because, like the rods of God or, lasers from space, things that, people, it could cause, mass suffering worldwide is actually the quote I believe Q uses, that some things will remain, behind the scenes. But when it comes to cures, all I have to do is look at the Healy, Dave.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm setting the Healy on. Because
that to me is I think that we came across the Healy for a reason.
I do as well.
Because it does, if you've never used it, if you've never had one in your hand and you've never felt what it does over the course of time, and if it doesn't make sense to you, how frequency, vibration, and energy can heal the human body, I think you're missing out on a big piece of this. And I'm not trying to sell the Healy. I'm just telling you, y'all, my opinion on that is the reason we know about the Healy and we use the Healy, we know it works, is because that's part of our awakening. Because I believe that they're on a larger scale, that the med bed does exist. Now, like you said, that's just my opinion.
Well, the technology that I'm trusting right now is the one that's in my hands, and the one that has had consistent testimonials about it, and the one that also supports the show. This guy who created this, Marcus Schmieke, is a genius, and this is a little bit about how it works. If you want to click here, you can connect with Amy at Amazing Life for All, and I know you can also reach out to Ada through this as well. But just click on the button in the marketplace, in the market on the website, and you'll see it. But we were calling this the Sned med or Sned bed, right? Because we've got it here. But lately, I got to tell you, man, I've been calling it my dream catcher, because I've never had been able to really remember my dreams very well. and I started using the sleep system on this, and dude, I am waking up and remembering my dreams like never before. And
Wow.
It's pretty
I've been
awesome.
using the sleep system just to be able to get to sleep because my sleep pattern has been off the
Yeah,
charts.
Cindy's been way off.
How's it working?
She's been up all night, and so she's resorted to that. But yeah, anyway, I got nothing but good things to say about that little piece of technology, and I just can't help but think there is a bigger, better thing, and that's possibly what Trump put the Defense Production Act into.
Yep. And there are two people that are really into this, and they've really done some studies on this, and they're doing the bioenergetic balance and the coherence. I ran the bioenergetic earlier, and now I'm running coherence, and with the coil, and I got to tell you, they're talking about how this is helping people who have had the jab, and they're full on talking about also protecting you from people who have the jab that are spreading the spike proteins. Those are the two that they're using.
Well, it says it right there, bioenergetic defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Along that lines, I do want to just take time. I don't know if everybody's seen my post or not on my page and Todd's, but Marcus Shimke's birthday was January 1st, and he wanted to do a sharing is caring deal. And from January 3rd today until the 31st, they're doing a special sharing is caring. You buy one Healy, you get one free. This is
I thought that was the case.
Best promo that I have seen, guys. And so, you could share it with others, just have an extra one for yourself, give it to a family member. But this is like one of the best promos I have seen. You buy one, you get one free. The whatever edition that you buy, you get one free of the same edition.
That is so insane because, and I tell you, they are really trying to get this in the hands of so many right now.
Right, because it does such a good job.
That's why I also think it's part of the awakening process, and I think that's why the technology made its way to us.
Yeah, yeah, and
it's
also
how everything works out.
What's that?
It's just it's so strange how things work out like that. Why did we come across it? Yeah, I know how you came across it, and we came across it, but that's part of this.
Yep.
It's a solution. It's just like the silver. It's a solution.
Yep.
And without solutions, we can point out all the problems we want, but until you can solve them, what's okay. So you have a problem, but what do you do about it?
Yep. Yep. Exactly. If we look at just the energies that are around on the planet right now, and what's coming at us and what's attacking us, I am very much excited that I feel like I have a bit of a the armor of God here, because God operates in frequencies in prayer, and it's very powerful. What's possible with prayer and connecting with our Creator. So, I feel with prayer and with good nutrition and the Healy and the Purium. By the way, I'm gonna have Stephanie on here in the next couple of days, couple of shows to talk about how we're going to use Purium to start off the year on a to shed some weight, because let's face it, folks, the biggest comorbidity to COVID is more obesity, just being overweight. And
Well,
so,
Dave, even Fauci, Fauci admitted that the kids that are hospitalized right now that are they're counting as COVID hospitalizations are actually in there most likely for something else, but have
yeah,
COVID along with it. So it's not the cause. It's just, you know what I'm saying?
yep,
It's just like
absolutely.
it's just like all the numbers that they've skewed, and we talked about numbers being skewed earlier. If they say, "Oh, there's 10,000 kids, that are in the hospital with COVID," that might be true. But what if 9,995 of them would have been in the hospital for the other reason anyway?
Yeah,
That's that, and I think it was a big thing having Fauci actually say that.
yep,
Because that's a big admission. That's a revelation that he would even go to that. So I thought maybe that was a part of the awakening process also, was that, he can't wait to get this in everybody's arm, but he has to admit that not everybody that's in the hospital that's counted is mainly there for it.
yeah,
So especially when it's kids 12 to 15, I believe the age group he was talking about.
yeah. And the lowest price Healy is like $480, and I know a lot of folks that's a lot of money for you. But I will say this, that for the price of literally a couple of massage treatments or a couple of even doctor copays or whatever it is your insurance is like, this takes it to another level. And if you've got a credit card, you can always pay it off over time. But certainly, I don't recommend extending yourself for things that could put you in a bad financial situation. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you can afford it, get it. It's making a huge difference in many people's lives. So
no, I got to tell you, Dave. I'm uncomfortable trying. I don't
Yeah.
want to sound like a pitch man,
right,
but I'm just saying that from my brother, and how he's benefited from it, from us, how we've benefited from it, from everyone that I've talked to, and all of the people that have benefited. It's if I could afford to buy 100 of these things and give them out, I would love
yeah,
to do it. I mean,
yeah,
that would be
100%.
I would love to do that. I would love to just get these, so people that are suffering can try it, because it's an amazing thing. And I just don't have the means to share it. But if I did, I mean, that would be one of the things.
Agree.
yep, I agree.
But I just wanted to reiterate, I don't want to sound like a pitch man for it, because I like I said, I'm just naturally uncomfortable talking about things. But when it does help and it is a solution, it's got to be mentioned.
Yep. And whatever investment you can make in preventative, I recommend it. Whether it be, vitamins, whether it be, C, D, zinc, just strengthening yourself in any way you can. Fresh air, earthing. There's a lot of things that can help that don't cost a dime. Take your shoes off, go barefoot, whether it's snow or whatever it is. Doesn't have to be long. Just connect with the earth.
Well, I would have to say in that I would get frostbite.
Yeah.
Today, definitely.
It's
If
been
you put-
very cold in Illinois.
You mean if you put your Fred Flintstone feet out in the
Yeah.
snow there?
Yeah, definitely.
Earthing is difficult right now.
Yeah, no grounding.
Yeah,
barefoot.
yeah. 4 degrees here. You can also touch grab a tree. You can connect with a tree. Just connect with earth. You can even, run a wire. You can even get like mesh on your bed underneath your covers, and connect a wire and run it out your door or out your window into the ground, and that will provide earthing as well.
Yeah.
And that doesn't cost hardly anything. So I don't want you to think that you got to spend $480 to be healthy. You can. I'm a tree hugger, absolutely.
Yeah, it gives new meaning to that, right?
Exactly. And Mary says my naturopath says grounding cleanses the lungs. Yeah. Yep. Hug a tree. Yeah, they sell earthing mats. And again, you don't have to buy anything, real special. Karen says, I got pine needle tea bags from Amazon, 20 for $25, I think. So thank you, Karen. So, hey, so somebody, hold on a second. Let me see. So Dottie shared with us, remember I asked for receipts on the Kennedy party. So Dottie sent this to me, and it's on HuffPost. Vaccine opponent Robert Kennedy Jr.'s guest reportedly told to get COVID-19 shots. He blamed the holiday party instructions on his wife, Cheryl Hines, and complained, I'm not always the boss at my own house. Guests invited to the holiday party received invitations instructing them to get vaccinated or tested for COVID-19 before attending. Sources told Politico. Kennedy appeared to confirm the report, explaining to Politico that he was unaware of the instructions in the invitations, which he said were handled by his wife, actor Cheryl Hines of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He noted that the party was for Hines' Hollywood friends and fellow cast members who apparently like to stay healthy. I guess I'm not always the boss of my own house, he griped to Politico. But not to worry, he assured reporter Daniel Lippman there was no effort to verify guest vaccination or test status at the couple's California home last week, Kennedy said. That information would likely stun guests who assumed others would follow the protocols set out in the invitations. Kennedy issued a statement saying he did not require his guests to be vaccinated to attend the party. I believe that every person has the right to make health decisions free from coercion, threats, or force by governments, employers, and fellow citizens, the statement added. I don't always agree with the decisions of others, of course, but I always support their liberty to decide for themselves. I extend this respect to everyone, including colleagues, friends, and family members. Hines could not be reached for comment. Kennedy not only relentlessly peddles conspiracy theories about COVID-19. Here's your dig, right? He profits from them. His anti-vaccine group, the Children's Health Defense, a major source of vaccine misinformation, raked in $6.8 million last year, according to a major investigation this week by the Associated Press. Oh, it's nice that the Associated Press is looking out for us by going after the Children's Health Defense, who made $6.8 million last year, while the Clinton Foundation still goes uninvestigated. Twitter exploded over the controversy.
Watchdogs out there for us, isn't it? Those guys that are digging into all this information and verifying all of it.
Yeah, they're keeping us safe. Yeah.
Yep.
And many slammed Kennedy for throwing his wife under the bus.
Well, I would think that if you know your husband is that, what he does for a living, I would think that before you put the invitations out and you put that information in the invitations, that maybe you would have had a pre-discussion on that. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah. So this is very very interesting. But thank you, Dottie. So yeah, definitely receipts on that, and obviously the explanation is that it was her that did the party invite, and her being Hollywood doesn't surprise me because of the Hollywood is like you can't even be in a production without being vaccinated. Hollywood's really pushing it hard. So so thank you all for thank you, Dottie, for sending me the receipts on that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
See, that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, it's Politico who's HuffPost and Politico who are reporting this, so they're all obviously going to take that extra dig, right? So, what do you think about this headline, my friend? Feds finally admit to running secretive DOJ commandos at January 6 Trump protests. The DOJ admitted this week, and 4 Trump supporters died that day, including 2 women who were killed by Capitol Hill police. A third woman was nearly killed but was rescued by Green Beret Jeremy Brown. Let's see let's see if we got the video here. Here it is. Looks like she went down here, and then they're trying to stop people from stepping on her. And somebody who's in full like armor gear with a flag rolled on his back is helping her. But that's a separate story from the one that we started with, and that is that the feds actually admitted the government did have commandos at the Capitol. After nearly a year, this information is finally coming out, and they accused this website and others of being conspiracy nuts for reporting on the feds in the crowd that day. We will likely never know how many feds were working that day to sabotage the peaceful protests. Newsweek reported on Sunday, January 3rd, the heads of a half dozen elite government special operation teams met in Quantico, Virginia, to go over potential threats, contingencies, and plans for the upcoming joint session of Congress. The meeting and the subsequent deployment of these shadowy commandos on January 6th has never before been revealed. Right after the new year, Jeffrey Rosen, the acting attorney general on January 6, approved implementation of long-standing contingency plans dealing with the most extreme possibilities, an attack on President Donald Trump or Vice President Mike Pence, a terrorist attack involving a weapon of mass destruction, and a declaration of measures to implement continuity of government requiring protection and movement of presidential successors. Rosen made a unilateral decision to take the preparatory steps to deploy Justice Department and so-called national forces. There was no formal request from the U.S. Capitol Police, the Secret Service, or the Metropolitan Police Department. In fact, no external request. Did I lose our... Here we go. Hold on. Hey, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey,
we lost
we lost you.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So they made the steps to, deploy Justice Department and national forces. But there was no formal request from the U.S. Capitol Police, the Secret Service, or the Metropolitan Police Department. In fact, no external request from any agency. The leadership in Justice and the FBI anticipated the worst and decided to act independently, the Special Operations Forces lurking behind the scenes. I believe that DOJ reasonably prepared for contingencies ahead of January 6th, understanding that there was considerable uncertainty as to how many people would arrive, who those people would be, and precisely what purposes they would pursue. Rosen later told Congress. He stressed that his department no frontline role with respect to crowd control, that they were focused on high-risk operations. The contingency units meeting on January 3rd included the FBI's hostage rescue team, FBI's National Renter Safe team, and FBI SWAT team from the Baltimore field office, special response teams from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and U.S. Marshal Service. Wow. So they were there. FBI tactical teams arrived in Capitol Hill early on in the day to assist in the collection of evidence, including the Republican and Democrat Party national headquarters where explosive devices were found. We still don't know the story on that. FBI SWAT teams and snipers were deployed to secure nearby congressional office buildings. Other FBI agents provided selective security around the U.S. Capitol and protection to congressional members and staff. So a tactical team, a hostage rescue team, was the first external federal agency to actually enter the Capitol after protesters breached the building. In addition to augmentation of emergency security assets, one team coordinated with U.S. Capitol Police and Secret Service to provide additional safeguarding of Vice President Pence, who had been moved to the underground parking structure beneath the Capitol from where he was supposed to evacuate. But Pence refused to leave the building and stayed underground instead. The presence of these forces under the control of the Attorney General, mostly operating under contingency plans that Congress and U.S. Capitol Police were not privy to, added an additional layer of highly armed responders. The role that the military played in this highly classified operation is still unknown, although FBI forces tell Newsweek that military operators responded, seconded to the FBI, and those on alert as part of the National Mission Force were present in the metropolitan area. The lingering question is, what was it that the Justice Department saw that provoked it to see January 6th as an extraordinary event, something that the other agencies evidently missed? That's from Jim Hoft of the Gateway Pundit. And thoughts on that, Todd?
I wasn't able, since we were booted, I was trying to get us on there. But the Hofts have been doing great work. If you're not watching the Gateway Pundit, you're missing a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had, and I was trying to answer another question somebody had for me. I'm not able to see the chat in the show when we're on this, so I'm not able to answer questions. So if you guys have questions or if you want to get a hold of me or Cindy, just message us.
Yeah. So
Messenger. So
and yeah, and yeah, Capitol Police gave Pelosi all the phone records, and she won't give it to the GOP. Barbara.
No, we got to go back to total transparency, like I was talking about on the elections. If they were to, they're trying to limit the videos that we see. There's 14,500 hours of video that they've collected, and they only want to release what's good for them.
Yep.
It's like discovery. It's like discovery in a trial. You don't just release what's good for you.
It's definitely, what do you have to hide? It's like the voter rolls, or the what we've seen with the fraudulent elections. Why not audit? If you've won, what are you afraid of?
Right.
And what are we afraid
of? That's when you really should be like, hey, let's get all this out and just put all this to bed and say, look, Biden got the most votes in history ever.
Of course he did. Yeah. That's
and
obvious.
Well deserved, right?
That's obvious.
Well deserved. Good job, Joe. It was the campaign, I think, the strong campaign that he did.
Yeah. The really strong. The lids. The lids helped a lot, I think.
His basement time.
Yeah. Rushed. Isn't it funny how the liberals basically they paint all the conspiracy theorists as young men living in their mother's basement, and literally they voted for a guy who was living in his basement.
Yeah, like there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly. So, rush to judgment. Maxwell could appeal her conviction after judge put pressure on jury to reach a verdict before holiday. Some of them are saying that they shouldn't have pushed for the decision before the holiday, and they haven't filed an official appeal. But her lawyer, Bobby Sternheim, said that they would appeal. And they're going to try to, extend this, anything to extend the sentence. So we'll see what happens with that. And just a reminder that, this was the judge, and the judge is up for appellate court promotion and faces a U.S. Senate panel. That was back in December. I
don't like to judge on looks, and judging a judge is no way to be. But is that a man or a woman?
I'm very confused.
I call me crazy. It's just.
You mean Nathan Allison or Allison Nathan? It's
right.
Yeah. So
it's everywhere. The craziness is everywhere.
But this could be a setup. This could be a setup for a mistrial or a reason for appeal. And so let me see. I also wanted to pull this up. Supposedly, we're going to have some documents released on the Giuffre versus Prince Andrew and the Giuffre versus Dershowitz, right? Let me get to there. Okay, so supposedly that was supposed to come out today, or of and about today. And so, but she went after Dershowitz and she went after Prince Andrew. And so that information, if it wasn't released today, should be released by tomorrow or the next day. So we'll see what happens with that. But definitely, I think more needs to be certainly exposed with this whole Maxwell fiasco. No question about it.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of stuff exposed on that. I mean, they haven't even, talk about an iceberg, tip of an iceberg.
Yep. Exactly.
They haven't even talked about Epstein paying one of his victims $500,000 for Prince Andrew.
Yep. The head of the FDIC resigns, warns of Senate Democrats' hostile takeover. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation has resigned after warning of a hostile takeover by the Democrats. Jelena McWilliams, 48, who was a chairperson of the agency, penned a letter to President Joe Biden on Friday attacking Senate Democrats for going around her to suit her own agenda. After serving as the 21st chairman of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation since June of 2018, I intend to resign as chairman effective February 4th, 2022. She was appointed by President Trump. When I immigrated to this country 30 years ago, I did so with a firm belief in the American system of government. During my tenure at the FDIC, Federal Reserve Board of Governors, I have developed a deep appreciation for these venerable institutions and their tradition. It has been a tremendous honor to serve this nation, and I did not take a single day for granted. Throughout my public service, I have been constantly reminded how blessed we are to live in the United States of America. Today, banks continue to maintain robust capital and liquidity levels to support lending and protect against potential losses. The unexpected shock of COVID-19 tested the resilience of our financial system beginning in March 2020, and the FDIC took swift actions to maintain stability and provide flexibility for banks and consumers. The core of our system not only weathered the storm, but was a tangible source of strength for the American economy. She resigned after she penned an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal warning of a hostile takeover by Democrats when the new director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Rohit Chopra, said that she was not recognizing attempts by Democrat regulators to review the rules about bank mergers. So they've delegated day-to-day operations to the chairman, who has a 5-year term, and it was designed to ensure independence from changing political administrations. But she's not seeing that. That all changed on October 31st when Rohit Chopra presented me with a draft request for information on bank mergers. 2.5 weeks earlier, Mr. Chopra had been sworn in as director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, a position entitling him to a seat on the FDIC board. Now remember, this is the hostile takeover by Democrats who are demanding that they be able to trade stocks, okay, which they can trade stocks in banks as well.
And make the decisions influencing their stocks.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Wow. What a gig, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and even Pat Toomey, Republican, said that that they've ended the 88-year history of bipartisanship. Okay. This isn't about bank mergers. If it were, board members would have been willing to work with me and the FDIC staff rather than attempt a hostile takeover of the FDIC internal processes, staff, and board agenda. Okay. Yeah.
Well, Dave, this is part of the exposure also. We haven't, I don't think if, for the complete awakening, the banking process, the financial system, Wall Street, all that's got to be exposed.
Yep, absolutely. It all has to crumble. Marjorie Taylor Greene, when Maxine Waters can go on to the streets and threaten violence on Twitter, Kamala and Ilhan can bail out rioters on Twitter, and chief spokesman for terrorists IRGC can tweet mourning Soleimani, but I get suspended for tweeting VAERS statistics. Twitter is an enemy to America and can't handle the truth. That's fine. I'll show America we don't need them, and it's time to defeat our enemies. And meanwhile, we've got this kind of behavior. If I'm not back when this is done, chat with the Sneds. I got to take a quick break, all right?
Nope, I'm just going to leave total silence.
That wouldn't be the first one.
Before we talk about Build Back Better, we have to talk about some breaking news this morning. Twitter has suspended Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene permanently her personal Twitter account. Here's the statement from the Twitter spokesperson. Quote, "We permanently suspended the account you referenced at MTG Green E for repeated violations of our COVID-19 misinformation policy. We've been clear that per our strike system for this policy, we will permanently suspend accounts for repeated violations of the policy." And not to, remain silent, Congresswoman Greene put out her own statement. It was a long one, lots of conspiracy theories and craziness, but this is the key line. That's fine. I'll show America we don't need them, and it's time to defeat our enemies. Your reaction to this news here?
Well, Jonathan, it's no secret that our social media companies have been part of their algorithms promoting disinformation. And I think that these steps are important, but frankly, a little too little and a little too late. The reality is it's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene. All over Twitter, social media, Facebook, all of these companies have been using algorithms that are just about clickbait, not about truth. And so if we are going to take on the disinformation that's out there, the big lie, and everything else that goes with it, then yes, this is a part of it, but it's got to be much, much more. That said, I think it's just as well that we take one voice, that is deliberately spreading disinformation out of the mix as much as possible. That's certainly a good thing.
When you're talking about quoting the VAERS system as a negative, the vaccine reporting done by the CDC and accepted by the FDA, and I just don't see where Congresswoman Jayapal has a leg to stand on, but that's just my conspiracy theory on the subject. You have to laugh because it's okay to silence the other side because we don't agree with them, and that's First Amendment all the way through. They should have never had a Section 230 protecting them. To me, it's just like AT&T. They broke up the Ma Bells, back in the day because it was too big and they didn't want to have a monopoly. And then you have Twitter, which is basically a monopoly in that space. But Getter is growing by leaps and bounds daily, so I think they're gonna be done. Twitter will be done. I've been let go from Twitter since September of 2020. And I really haven't missed it.
Yep. Telegram is pretty wide open. And
well, I think Getter is really the competition now with Twitter because it's directly in the space.
Yeah.
As far as tweeting is almost like Getter, only you get more characters on Getter. So it's more similar to that than as a platform, in my opinion. And then we have when's President Trump's coming out? You're going to see Facebook and Twitter really get a bloodied nose here soon.
Yeah, it has to be that way. Right.
Right.
Absolutely. We have to shift into a new paradigm. Certainly not one that violates our constitution.
And I think with Rumble's kind of actually shown its cards, backing Trump's platform.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty obvious that they're
that'd be the demise of YouTube.
Oh God, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to share here is the Freedom to Vote Act. Schumer is vowing the Senate will forge ahead on voting rights legislation and will vote on changing the rules of the upper chamber by January 17th if the GOP once again blocks the bill. So basically, he's trying to work around the GOP. They're extending vote by mail, early voting. They're just expanding on the ways in which they can cheat again. Because in case they can't take out Trump, they have to prepare for that if they can't. So they got to try to steal it again. But no voter ID, obviously. But it also limits removing voters from voter rolls. Meanwhile, we've got voter rolls that are so old and haven't been changed forever, and the laws that exist now aren't being abided by. Because there are voter rolls. Rick Grinnell started a group called Fix California, and they're getting all the dead people off the voter rolls, and they found dead people that have been on the voter rolls and have been dead for over a decade. right?
Yeah, well, most of them had the same birthday in the year 1900.
Yeah, exactly.
Very, very strange on that front, but there's hundreds of thousands of them. And they, like we discussed a few weeks ago, or maybe even longer, how you have to go to court to get them removed because they're fighting to keep dead people on the roll. Now that doesn't open anybody's eyes. To me, it's unexplainable. Oh, we must keep the dead people on the voter roll.
Yep.
And I can go back into high school, Dave. When we were in high school, I can remember joking about how the dead people in Chicago elected Daley.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're talking, we were talking and laughing about, fraudulent voter issues in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, because we were in Illinois, and the Dailies were notorious for, using dead voters.
And they called it the machine, the Daley machine.
Yep.
And it isn't that ironic that it is actually what we're up against now.
Yep.
I mean,
exactly.
It's crazy. It was an open secret then, and it's never gone away.
Yep. Yep, exactly. And they're concerned about Manchin. Will he cave on
National
the Build Back
Taxpayers
Better?
Union EVP Brandon Arnold and Walser Health Management CEO Rebecca Walser. Hi, guys. Thank you both for being here. Okay, Brandon, let me begin with you. Do you see Joe Manchin caving? And if so, what's he going to give up? We got $4 trillion, $5 trillion. I think the last I saw from Manchin was he was looking at $1.8 trillion, which I think just won't fly with the Democrats.
Yeah, he certainly wants a slimmed down package, and I do think this bill is still alive. It's kind of like the knight from the Monty Python movie where it keeps getting its arms and legs lopped off, but it says it's just a flesh wound and it hops along. So,
oh my God, I just watched that scene yesterday.
I watched that scene probably over a dozen times a year because it's just...
You shall not pass.
It's hilarious.
But I've just chopped your arm off. Only a flesh wound.
It's a mere flesh wound. Come back here and fight like a man.
Exactly.
Manchin cave. Well, you think back to 2009 when they were struggling to get Obamacare passed. What did? They sent hundreds of millions of dollars to states like Nebraska, the Cornhusker kickback, to the Louisiana Purchase, and they effectively bought off senators. I think that's very much an option right now, as is the case where they could slim down this package and make it more amenable to Senator Manchin. So this is a live fire exercise, and taxpayers ought to be very, very concerned.
Yeah, certainly so. It's just a flesh wound. I love it. Rebecca, look, the point is that will Mr. Manchin, Senator Manchin, cave as Joe Biden doesn't want to cave to the progressives? So you have this pushing and pulling and tugging as you always do on Capitol Hill. But how do you think this plays out?
Ashley, this is just the wrong timing, and I just don't know why everyone isn't talking about that. Why are we talking about passing a multi-trillion-dollar package after we already passed a trillion-dollar package, after we spent $8 trillion fighting corona, and we're still federally stimulating the Federal Reserve $120 billion because we haven't started to taper yet? What is going on? This is cognitive dissonance. This is saying, oh, we won $5 trillion, and now it's $3.5 trillion, and now we're cutting into $1.75 trillion. But the Penn Wharton Budget Office basically analyzed this and scored it at a $4.26 trillion package, even at its reduced version. So if Joe Manchin caves on anything in his life, this is not the time to cave. Stick to your guns, Joe Manchin. America is behind you.
Very quickly, I want to follow up on that, Rebecca. So with, inflation running rampant, how naive do you think Joe Biden is to propose this massive spending bill? I mean, in the middle of a COVID crisis at the same time.
Let's get this under control. Let's get the world back to whatever level of normal we can. We do not have the ability at this point to keep borrowing this much from the central bankers of the world. We printed $25 trillion and counting because of corona worldwide. $8 trillion in the United States of America alone, and we're still printing money as we speak today. Let's get this seriously under control. Unless we want Marxism and socialism and communism, which will follow from this big of a debt burden, our children are enslaved, our grandchildren are enslaved, and our great-grandchildren are enslaved under the terms of this bill. It's got to stop.
You don't often hear somebody on mainstream media talking about debt and slavery under this bill. So how refreshing that this woman, do you know this woman?
No, I don't.
Let me see if I can find her name. Does anybody know who this is? Snedheads, could you let me know who this woman is? For her to be talking like this is very refreshing, but it's also important to understand that she's talking about that we might be enslaved if we get involved in this bill. We're talking socialism, we're talking communism, but the fact of the matter, that's an unfortunate spot that I've left her face on. Let me just change that.
Multi-trillion-dollar package after we already passed $1 trillion. Let's get the world back to the States of America alone, and we'll follow. It's got to stop.
Well, Brandon, you know, Chad Pergram brought up the issue of executive orders. I mean, does Joe Biden go down that road and kind of cherry pick what he can?
So, but, you know, what I've talked about is that we're already in debt slavery.
Right.
This is just going to send us into more.
It's a red pill. It's a red pill, Dave.
Yeah.
It's a mainstream media red pill for those who don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because how many, like you said, how many times can you ever think on mainstream media have they ever said debt slavery leading to socialism and communism? It's absolutely right. And it's already been done. But, you know, they did it under, I think one of the biggest things that might come out of this, Dave, is also, you know, since they're throwing around so much money and they're tying it to the Federal Reserve and the printing of money and, you know, that whole nonsense, I think even a bigger red pill would be the fact that the government has been bankrupt 3 times already and really is insolvent.
Yeah.
So they're illegitimate anyway. This is an illegitimate government.
Yeah. No question about it.
So then you go back to Trump being the 19th president when he comes back and is reinstated, which we talked about a year and a half ago.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know this woman. I don't even think he ever gave her name.
I know his name though, Brandon.
Yeah, his Brandon. talking about Joe. Gotta love that. Brandon Arnold. Is that his?
There are no coincidences.
No.
And Dave, the other
here it
thing
is. Rebecca Walzer, brother. Rebecca Walzer is her name. Walzer Wealth Management CEO. Rebecca Walzer Wealth Management CEO. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is great because, you know, this is exposure also, and you're going to see if my anticipation of this is correct. You're going to see, even if Manchin were to cave, then you'll have the radical left come out and not support it because it's not big enough.
Right.
So you're going to have that, and that's that controlled part that, you know, Q talked about. They won't necessarily be arrested immediately, but they will act the way we need them to act or want them to act. They're taking marching orders, just like AOC going down to Florida and hanging out down there without a mask and doing all her nonsense. It's just exposure.
Yeah. How many people in New York are seeing that and just seething? Seething.
Right.
I mean, it's not even close. as
can't
to
go to dinner because we don't have our vaccine card.
yeah.
But she can go down there and just, it's like, did she go through a portal when she went to Florida? Her values were left in New York City.
Yeah. 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 I wanted to. I'm hearing some stuff about Betty White and all that.
Yep.
And I'd love to know your thoughts on that. But I just wanted to say that, be careful about these speculations and the conspiracies, and you can't go on picture alone. I mentioned this early on. You got to dig a little bit deeper. Go into the history, where they were born, where they grew up. How might they be connected? And the reason I say this is because we don't want to go down any more speculation rabbit holes that discredit this movement.
Yeah. Yep, that's a big. I think that's the piece of cheese that some people might be easily motivated to go for.
Yeah.
And that's, we've got to be very careful. I can say honestly, I haven't really looked into the Betty White as Snow White and related to Barbara Bush. That whole thing. To me, it could be a marker of some kind, but that's complete speculation.
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of want to go off of, let's just say, it's not that I'm not interested in it. It's just I can't focus all my energy on
exactly
on
that. It's just, we don't want to get, I don't need to know whether Betty White is evil or not right now. Like, I don't need to know. I don't need to know that. And I don't need to be the guy that breaks it. And nobody should feel like they're the person to break it either. Because, right now we're trying to save people from the vaccine. We're trying to wake people up to the things that are most importantly right in front of us. And getting caught up in the speculation is not serving the truth movement right now.
Yeah, it really doesn't move the ball forward to the end.
That's a great way to put it. Right.
I kind of, using a football analogy on it. I don't see where that actually, and I don't see everybody knows all the information about, Mike Obama. I've seen a lot of that stuff going around.
Yeah.
And that doesn't, that might wake some people up and say, whoa, they've been lying about everything. Maybe some people will get that. Maybe that's what'll do it. Maybe Betty White stuff will do it but anybody bringing that up's got to have really good receipts.
Yep.
I mean, and that's not my part of the fight.
Yeah. And it's like Rebecca mentions, look up MAGA. It's fifth degree, highest degree in the Satanic Church. Yeah, I know about that.
Yep.
And certainly, we want to stay on our toes when it comes to getting behind anybody or supporting anybody. And I've been critical of Trump, and I've been critical of some of the decisions that are made. I don't see the whole picture, and I'm hoping that the whole picture will reveal, what we need to see. And so,
yeah, I've done the whole Trump Black Sun involvement, Masonic, all that. But all I had to do really to see stuff is, we've talked about this before too, is the easy way for the cabal to actually have gotten what they wanted earlier would have been the simple Hillary Clinton getting elected.
Yeah.
And not having all this incredible, basically, this character assassination that's gone on through the mainstream media for, 5 years now on Trump.
Yep.
That to me speaks volumes more that he was more of a monkey wrench to their cause than anybody could imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And look what's, there's actual things happening. Like I said, we've never seen so many arrests for human trafficking, pedophilia, and that just happens all the time. I think last week or over the weekend, 57 people were arrested for human trafficking, and and I believe it was Indiana or Ohio. 57 people went down for that.
Awesome.
The more exposure we see on that front, the closer I think we are to. I think a big revelation would be that, because I don't care what your political affiliation is. When you can connect people to pedophilia and human trafficking and achrome, stuff like that, that's not a defensible position.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Even when pedophiles go to prison, they get beat up and by the population, so that it's like the mob. The mob has rules.
Mm-hmm.
The mafia has rules, and pedophilia is not even in the criminal world is, the known criminal world, we know that it's rampant among a certain sector, but
right.
Even the guy that robs a bank is most likely not for pedophilia.
Right. Hey, here's something I wanted to share with all the Sneds, and I want us to check it out. I don't know if you saw this, but Eric Jamsis said, I want everyone to check their local cinemas for bookings. There are no bookings after the 6th till the 14th, globally, it seems. It's how many of you have checked that out? And would you tell us what area you're in and if that's true or not? I just checked Regal Edwards Calabasas Cinemas. And, for example, today and Wednesday, you've got Sing 2, The Kingsmen, The Matrix Resurrections, Spider-Man No Way Home, West Side Story, Encanto, The 355, and Scream. Then Thursday, you just have the 355, Sing 2, so pretty much all the same, right? And then the 7th, Friday, is just the 355. Saturday is just the 355. Sunday is just the 355. Very, very strange.
Oh, that is strange.
Why
I'll have
would
to check into that.
And the 355, top secret weapons, falls into mercenary hands. Wild card CIA agent Mason Mace Brown, Oscar-nominated actress Jessica Chastain, will need to join forces with rival badass German agent Marie, Diane Kruger, and the Fade, former MI6 ally and cutting-edge computer specialist Khadija, and skilled Colombian psychologist Penelope Cruz on a lethal breakneck mission to retrieve it, while also staying one step ahead of the mysterious woman Lin Mi Sheng, who is tracking their every move. As the action rockets around the globe, from the cafes of Paris to the markets of Morocco to the wealth and glamour of Shanghai, the quartet of women will forge a tenuous loyalty that could protect the world or get them killed. The film also stars Sebastian Stan and Edgar Ramirez. Okay. Okay.
Wow, Dave. If you go to Q post 355, just checking the numbers out. That's a December 14th Delta.
Is that right? Interesting.
Yeah.
And what they were saying until December till January 14th, but you're saying it was a December 14th Delta.
December 14th Delta, yeah.
Okay.
And it talks about a stream ban.
A stream ban?
Yeah, it says, don't worry about the stream ban. It's part of my plan. Share this, Q. And it's posted by a John Doe. But Q comes back and says, fake. Stream ban.
Don't worry about the stream ban. It's part of my plan. Share this, Q. And that's from John Doe. And then Q's saying that that's fake. Yeah. Farmer Funk. Okay, interesting. And the first three letters, 944, Form 17. 944-17. And so, but looking at the also the this was, there are no bookings till after the 6th until the 14th. And then if we're looking at some of the chats, Anastasia says only 355 for the whole weekend. Sacramento area, only 355 at many theaters. Let's see. I've seen it here in the Philly area. Stacy Blue checked in her area, and it's true there. Haven't checked here yet. 355 new movie coming out on the 7th. On Columbia, Missouri, that's true. On the 7th, just 355. Only thing showing in D'Iberville, Hattiesburg is 355 on the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yes, many friends check this. I would not be going to any theaters. Yes, in Chattanooga, no showing except 355. Small theaters still showing regular movies, but in Rochester, 355 only.
It's 11:11, Dave.
11:11, make a wish, my friends. Yeah, Washington State, only 355 on the 7th and 8th. Same in Canada and England also. Same here in Kalamazoo, Michigan, only 355 on the 15th.
I'm checking it out here.
This is significant. Very rare. I mean, would you really blame COVID on this? Now, is it because of the timing of the month or what? I'm not sure. And then Daniel says 90% of the theaters. Yeah, I'm going to plug that into Gematria.
Wow. Dave, I just punched in what's showing at local movie theaters, and it came up in the AMC Showplace, and it says the 355. That's it.
Yep. Jess says there was several others on those days in AMC theaters. Everything is normal in Greenland or in Greenfield, Indiana, showing multiple movies through the 9th. Confirmed in New Orleans from Lynn. Blaming COVID. In southern New Hampshire, called 3 different theaters. On the 7th, there's only 355 and nothing else till next week. That's interesting. How would you like to be the only movie in the theater? You think you're going to get some viewers this weekend?
They must have had a really big budget, Dave, to be able to buy all those spots.
That's really expensive. The same everywhere. So the Gematria for 355, Jewish Gematria, God's here, find him, 355. December sign decoded. God, December fire dragon, light kingdom God. Miracles of God, together Nero Caesar, Pop Smoke, Bethlehem Born, Meaning Decode Codes, Caesar Nero, Montero, Nero Caesar, The Allen Signal, Cristobal, Portland, Talmud, False Messiah, Shakespeare, Intelligent Fight Club, Go Big or Go Home, Thug Life. Let's go down to English. There is no English. So that's interesting.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm looking here, and it looks like the 355 is the most prominent, but there are other shows: A Journal for Jordan, American Underdog, Sing 2, The Kingsman, The Matrix. Those are all.
Yeah.
I've looked through the 12th, and it looks like that's a pretty consistent thing here. Like nothing's really changed.
Yep. 13. Play the trailer. I'm worried about playing the trailer, but maybe I can do it without sound. But we do not own this this content.
Oh, wow, Dave. On the 14th,
Yeah.
the only movie showing is Scream.
Scream?
On Friday, January 14th.
Interesting. Julie says U.S. code 355.
And on the 13th, Dave, it's only Scream and 355. There's no other movies.
On what day?
On the 13th, January 13th. On Thursday. So ours starts getting whittled down, and then it's just Scream even the 14th. Ew. So that's all you're going to be able to see, and the 15th. Scream.
By the way, as Ann said, 3 plus 5 plus 5 equals 13.
Yep.
U.S. code 355, Todd, is the distribution of stock and securities of a controlled corporation. Distribution, earnings and profits. I wonder if that has anything to do with 1221.
Oh, so on the 22nd, from like this is strange, but on the 22nd, the only movie you can see here so far is Redeeming Love.
Really? Justified Country Girl says 355 was all over social media. It was crazy. Let's go ahead and play it. Let me, I'll just take the sound off. See if we got any comms.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
He said to ask you to check your email.
Okay. Who asked?
Christy.
Okay. From Betsy Jones, 21 USC 355, new drugs. Text contained those laws in effect on January 2nd, 2022. Let me make this a bit bigger. Federal Drug and Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, Subchapter V, Drugs and Devices. New drugs, necessity of effective approval of application. No person shall introduce or deliver for introduction into interstate commerce any new drug unless an approval of an application filed pursuant to subsection B or J is effective with respect to such drug. Interesting. Any person may file with the Secretary an application with respect to any drug subject to the provisions of subsection A. Such persons shall submit to the Secretary as part of this application, whether such drug is effective in use. Full reports of investigations which have been made to show whether such drug is safe for use and whether such drug is effective in use. Wow. Full statement of the composition of such drug, full description of the methods used in and the facilities and controls used for, the manufacture, processing, and packaging of such drug, such samples of such drug and the articles used as components thereof as the Secretary may require. This is basically saying such persons shall submit to the Secretary as part of this application. Specimens, any assessments required under Section 355C of this title, and the patient number and expiration date of each the patent number and expiration date of each patent for which a claim of patent infringement could reasonably be asserted. Wow.
Well, 355 is also 10 days short of a full year. 5-5.
Yep. Nice.
That redeeming love that is coming up as the only movie actually on Fandango here. It says it's a redeeming love is a highly anticipated film based on best-selling novel by Francine Rivers that tells a powerful story of relentless love and perseverance as a young couple's relationship clashes with the harsh realities of the California gold rush of 1850.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Wow. Wow. So
wow. There's a lot of people
Brenda.
sharing. This is Brenda Green Blanton.
Yep.
It's a U.S. Code 355 is returning all U.S. corporations involved in crimes against humanity back to the people as equal shareholders. Key post 355 fake. Timestamp 355. Isaiah 35:5.
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
Isaiah 35:5. Then the eyes of the blind will be open, and the ears of the deaf will be unstopped.
Wow.
Remember the 5th of November, 355. This is all from Brenda.
Yeah.
Military industrial complex. Where's all the original information? These are all 355s. WTC Building 7 Twin Towers. Time is running out for the wicked. The spirit of life removes the veil. The year the tree of life becomes known. The unsealing of the tetragrammaton. Christ's return as the Holy Lion. Quantification of consciousness.
Where are you seeing this?
This is all, these are all gematras of 355.
Okay. Also,
from Brenda Green Blanton.
Did she get him from -48?
I don't know.
Because I'm not, I had the Gematria pulled up, the 355. Also, January 6th is the Epiphany, and January 7th is the true Christmas on the Julian calendar.
Yeah.
So my nephew said Wednesdays is when they change and list movies. They have that one up. It's a new release, and they're trying to sell tickets. Yeah, but it's rare that we see that few movies.
Well, only because, Dave, what if I was, planning on taking somebody on a date 2 weeks away,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know that I don't know that it's that. I don't know if that's regular or not. I got to be honest.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen a lot of movies. I think it's true in Pittsburgh, and it's true in a lot of places. The dates are the 7th through the 14th. So, where are you seeing?
Some of this is coming from Real Kim Shady. She did a little deal on this too.
Mm-hmm.
Forwarded message from Il Donald Trumpo.
Mm-hmm.
God-given freedom, life is good, God is great, and that's a 355 gematria. So there's another connection.
So John says Agent 355 was a numeric substitution code designation used by the Setauket spy ring to represent the word woman. This agent was referred to simply as 355 to protect her work and life. She supplied timely and accurate information to General Washington, played an important role in counterintelligence missions that uncovered Benedict Arnold's treason, and facilitated the arrest of Mayor John Andre, head of England's intelligence operations in New York. Her true identity remains a mystery today. Interesting, John. Thank you for that. That's amazing. Always with cues, with comms, there are double meanings, right?
Yeah. And what's the area code? Is there an area code 355?
That's great question. But Agent 355, this is what came up here. Definitely during the American Revolution, part of the Culper Ring. One of the first spies for the U.S., but her real identity is unknown.
Awesome.
And it could be decrypted from the system of the Culper Ring used to mean lady. Looks like Midnight Riders. Here in Harper's Weekly, she was depicted. And then what did you ask about 355? You would ask me to go a different path.
There was 8.
Oh, Dave. Cindy put in 355 movie, and the first one that comes up is Joe Biden, Mark of, I Satan, Die Fast.
Oh my gosh.
Israel, Fear Biden, JRB Biden. That's pretty crazy.
It's under the English.
Under English, yeah. Joe Biden 355
Wow.
movie. There's 84,666 searches.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Think that's relevant?
Man.
Look at that.
And 8 and 4 is 12. 2 more 6s. Wow. And 715, Joe Biden is 13. Mark of I Satan, Die Fast.
That totals 30. So are we 30 days out?
Mm-hmm.
What total? 84666 equals 30.
Done in 30
days.
Done in 30.
Done in 30.
Wow. Mark says Wells Fargo Bank closed today in Rochester, Minnesota. Is there a holiday there? Cindy Y says if you look up 355 on IMDb, scroll down to other movies like this, and the first movie that comes up is The Sound of Freedom. Interesting. Yeah, Valona says, my daughter's friend is the manager of our theater. I will ask him. He's at Regal. Yes, would you do that, please, Valona, and email me and Barbara and Christy? Dave Sned at Gmail. Yeah, Audrey, I agree. Something is happening. This is very interesting.
Done in 30.
Dottie says lots of thread info on Reddit about this. Dottie, would you send me a link on that, please? In Pittsburgh, they're limiting 40 seats per movie, one viewing per day up till January 14th. Interesting. Wow. 355 is only in theaters on Friday. Interesting. Yeah, good point. Fally says all the women in the trailer are spies. And 355, it's probably named after Agent 355.
They were all enemies and then they come together.
Yeah. And then Isaiah 35:5, then will the eyes of the blind be open and the ears of the deaf unstopped. And when he comes, he will open the eyes of the blind and unplug the ears of the deaf. Wow. I mean, there's a lot going on and with this, if this is a comm.
Yeah, I'm checking into all the stuff I could think of on it. I'm looking.
Wasn't there another one you mentioned? Wasn't there another one you mentioned?
Check out the mirror. 553.
Oh yeah, good point.
Oh my God.
553. Let's see what we got here. January 19th, 2018. Almost a 4-year delta, 3-year delta. Sorry. The tell. How can I'm sorry, 4-year delta. The tell. How can we listen and track and monitor American citizens, bad actors, and kill brackets? ? We hear you. We see you. What must we legally demonstrate in order to gain such warrants? FISA. Do we trust the FISA judges? Military intel. State secrets. Why is this relevant? Who can we trust? Expand your thinking.
Bad actors?
Yeah.
It's a movie.
Yep.
Then we go to 37.
Yep.
Wow.
November 2nd, 2017. They are true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil, bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. Wow.
How you like them apples?
Nice call.
Bad
on the mirror.
actors.
Bad actors. We hear you, we see you.
Then I broke it down to 55, Dave. 55 and 3.
Got a lot showing up. Am I doing something wrong? Do I not have the no?
55 and 03, Dave.
Ah, sorry. Damn it. Okay. I knew there was something going on. Thanks. All right. So 55. Look to Twitter. Exactly this, my fellow Americans. A storm is upon us. God bless. And number 3, open your eyes. Isaiah 3:55.
Yep.
Holy jeez.
There are no coincidences.
Then will the eyes of the blind be opened and the ears of the deaf unstopped. Open your eyes. It finally came out that Rob Bob were key players in the uranium scandal. Don't you think POTUS would be tweeting about removal given clear conflict? Why did POTUS meet Bob under the cover of FBI director interview? Bob is unable to serve as director per the law. That's Mueller. Gowdy comments on Comey. History will. Gowdy said, history will judge you, poorly or something like that, right? Excuse me. POTUS has everything. POTUS has everything. Not everyone is corrupt. Fewer than you think. Follow Huma. Operation Mockingbird. Priority to clean out the bad actors. To unite people behind the America First agenda. Many in our government worship Satan. Not about Republicans versus Democrats at this stage. Where is HRC? Why is the National Guard called up across 12 cities? Trust in your president. God bless patriots. Wow. Look at 11/11, 11/47. All right. And 11/11, 1/47/1.
Dave, I think I was taken to 11:47 through a timestamp today. Let me double check. God.
From what? Do you remember?
I'm looking. It was either Pompeo or Scavino. I'm on Huma right now.
Well, you won FBI informant. I won Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Pakistani Intel Muslim Brotherhood Tarmac meeting. Loretta Lynch Supreme Court deal as 187. Coincidence? SCLL deal drop, POTUS tweet. Tarmac coming soon to a theater near you. My friends.
Now playing.
Coming soon to a theater near you. Wow.
A lot of coincidences, huh?
Yep. Bad actors across the board. Coming soon to a theater near you. Uranium One connection. DOJ in the news. Loretta Lynch, Attorney General. Supreme Court deal. State secrets. Military intel. Do you think they trust the FISA judges, Todd? Q?
I would probably have to speculate that they don't trust them as far as they can throw them.
Right. And
wow.
So, although Roberts came out with something very interesting today, I want to talk about that. I don't know if Christy, if you have it in the show notes, but his comments about the politicization of Supreme Court is very telling, especially on the heels of the FDIC chairman resigning because of that same reason. So if they don't trust the FISA judges, how do they, or are they able to gain such warrants through military intel, through treason, through exposing treason? This is pretty huge, dude. All from this all started from the 355, right?
Huge.
This is really awesome. 1867, beautiful Snedheads in the theater right now.
Man,
dude.
I'm all over that 11. I'm at 1151. I know I saw. I just think I've looked up 1147.
355 is Virginia area code. Dottie, thank you. And like you said,
is
10
that what
days
it
short
is?
of 365.
Yep.
Um,
And that could be the 10-day differential from New Year's.
Yep. 5
So
actresses,
that could
5
be
eyes. Yep. This could be huge.
10 days from Christmas, from the original Christmas, would be 6, would be 31. Would be what, Wednesday or Thursday?
Well, let's see. So the 5th is Wednesday. The 6th is Thursday. That's when Trump's rally is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
the 7th starts all the only 355 showing?
Yeah.
Wow. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I was just checking out Donald Trump Jr. on Twitter to see if that's where I saw it. And I did want to share 10 hours ago he posted clown show.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody just asked about the how you got to 37, and I was just going to show them that the real quick that it was in the blue on 553.
Yep, on the mirrored 355.
553 on the mirrored 355. Yep. Number 37.
That's why you got to mirror things. Do you see how many times we caught that?
Yep.
Bad
Well done.
actors in the movie references.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
Amazing.
Bad Actors was in 553, the mirror. Think mirror. Looking at Open Your Eyes.
And that's the Isaiah 355.
Yep. More Bad Actors on 37.
Yeah, they're all connected.
Yeah. This is nice. Now, did you say you went to Huma?
I was doing that, and then I got distracted. But I do want to go to one thing. I want to go to the search bar and go to Bad Actors.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Because that's the connecting information.
How do you select November 16th, 2019? How do you select Bad Actors Attempt Comms without signature interference collection? SIGINT collection, Rebellion or Empire, private, invite only factions, dark to light. This was the Star Wars games that they were communicating on, and that's what Q exposed, that we know how they were communicating. And if Q, by the way, knew how they were communicating, you know Q's not going to say anything until they get all the information they need.
Right. They're not going to tell them, hey, we got
Yep.
it. And until it's done.
Yep. 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 Female spies from different countries uniting to take out bad actors.
Wow. Wow.
Mary Rosario says to write it out in Gematria plus add 335 Trump. Write it out plus add 335 Trump.
Well, isn't it 355?
Yeah, 355.
Where does 335 come in? Is that
I don't know. I think it might have been a mistake. Well, let's see 355 what comes up. Oh, Kim Jong-un is the Antichrist. We got to talk about his weight loss.
Wow.
Vatican Address 120, Heaven's Only, the Living One, obviously. I Have a Pattern, Vatican Secret, Access to Heaven, Trump 1, Revelations, Biden Prophecy, Brain Powers, interesting, Simon Parks. Too many people researching that clown. God's One of Us, The Holy Grail, Marina Abramovich, The Word of God, Christmas Day 43, This is the End, Michael Bloomberg, Queen of England, Tom is Chosen, The Killing Name, Puerto Rico, HSR Retoucher 17, Reconfigured DNA, New Year's Day, Jesus Saves, The Base Code of Life, Pyramid Sun, Last Trump, which came up on 355, by the way. The Last Trump, World War Z, Behind the Scenes, Joe Biden Red Pill. Boy, he is the biggest red pill ever. Canary Islands, Alice Wonderland, Aquarian Star, Pittsburgh, Testimony. Yeah.
Bad actors are everywhere, Dave.
Yep.
This is incredible. The first time mentioned, though, was post 3, so we were right to go there.
Yep. Wow, there are a lot of them, dude. Holy cow.
Does POTUS have the goods on most bad actors? Was Trump asked to run for president?
Wow.
Priority to clean out the bad actors to unite people behind the America First agenda. How can military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? We were just talking about them.
Where are you at right now?
That was post 17. I'm going up from 3.
Okay.
Oh my God, my computer just went nuts. What is going on?
Yeah. How can military be applied to prosecute military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? So Todd, we were just talking about this. Q said, do you think we trust the FISA judges? The answer is no. But if it's a treason issue, they don't have to go through FISA. They can go through the military.
Military is the only way.
Military is the only way. So they didn't need to get any warrants because it was treason, and this was an attempt to take down our country. Yeah, this is awesome stuff.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
I'm only reading the sentence involving the bad actors just for time, and then I'll go back and look at them. But post 23, they knew our agencies would grow in power so much they can control the executive hostage or engage with bad actors.
She said, "Tell David SCOTUS Roberts and then the show notes." The last 2 articles.
What?
Christy said to tell Dave.
Well, tell Dave. You can tell him.
Christy said to tell you, Dave, that the SCOTUS Roberts it's in the last 2 articles under miscellaneous topics in the show notes.
All right, thank you. So Yeah, this is huge. The bad actors.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
I've got it up on my computer. I'm going through all of them.
Can you read 31 and 36 for us, please? I got to take a quick break.
36. Do you want the whole thing, or do you want or just the sentence that with the bad actors, or
probably the I think the whole thing is good for 31 and partially on 36.
All right.
Thanks.
So 31 is November 1st, 2017. World stalemate. We all have the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, not all. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. Trump and others are working to balance the we're doing well for America for the common person to endorse, while at the same time purify our government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country. And then 36 is November 2nd, 2017. Military intelligence, no media, no leaks. How many how many MI generals have been in, out of the White House the past 30 days? Focus on Flynn, background and potential role. What is the common denominator in terms of military backgrounds close to POTUS? Why did Soros transfer the bulk of his public funds to a NPO? Why is this relevant? Who owes a lot of money? Who owes a lot to very bad actors? HRC. How can she repay as payment was made under promise of victory? What cash payments occurred by BO during the last 90 days of his presidency to foreign states and or organizations? That was when he left the billions of dollars on the tarmac in Iran. What slush fund did AG Sessions through DOJ put an end to? How does Soros, Obama, Clinton, Holder, Lynch, etc. all net many millions of dollars, normally within a single tax year? What was negotiated on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch? Remember, it was expected HRC was going to win during this time period. What if the Wizards and Warlocks tipped off a local reporter as to the supposed unscheduled stop? What if NSA, under personal direction from Admiral R, had this meeting miscat and logged under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating, while also verifying to said players all was clear, underscore no logs? What really happened when the Wizards and Warlocks revealed what they had? Was Comey forced into the spotlight shortly thereafter, not by choice? Right before the election, no doubt, which would cast suspicion? These are the crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If Trump failed, if we failed, and HRC assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam in BO from declaring fraud. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. We just talked about that.
Yep.
We just talked about, I just said, the reason I always go back and say Trump is a white hat, despite all the things that are coming out, despite being pro-jab at times, and all the other nonsense, the disinformation that we're seeing. It says, if Trump failed, if we failed, and HRC assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam and BO from declaring fraud. So the overreaction of the media and the desperation of BO to have to go around to all these other countries, at the beginning when he was meeting with all the heads of the European Union, and at the same time Trump was going around, you could just see the panic.
Yeah.
Normally, a former president walks into somewhat oblivion. They go very quiet for a long period of time.
Yep.
Now, we're not seeing that. We didn't see that with Obama, and there was a good reason for it. We know that now. And Trump is going nowhere.
Yeah.
So I think it's great. And if you just read all of these posts with bad actors, they're amazing.
And it's, where did 18 billion from Soros go? Why? Can it be used by bad actors, escape bribes, rogue contractors, etc.? Slush fund, did the U.S. government seize, stop, track other slush funds that prevent or create risks to operate? Why did John Kerry travel to Saudi Arabia recently? What is Saudi Arabia known for? Where do the biggest donations originate from? Why is this relevant? Saudi Arabia, big deal. And then it's back up to how many bad actors have been paid by Saudi Arabia, bribed, not just Dems. Why did the Bush family recently come out against POTUS? Who is good? What are the laws in Saudi Arabia versus U.S. charged criminals? There's Sharia law in Saudi Arabia, right? What information might be gained by these detainees? Why is this important? Saudi Arabia to U.S. What forces actively deployed in Saudi Arabia? National Guard? Question mark. Have faith. These, the crumbs in time, will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. Remember, disinformation is real. God bless Alice in Wonderland, The Great Awakening. Some big drops on bad actors. Huma, Muslim Brotherhood, going back to Saudi Arabia. Same drops here. Gather metadata and targeting. Bad actors gather metadata and targeting. What did Facebook? What are they gathering? And what do they call their company now? Now Meta. Small example of the ongoing silent war. Options regulate. Problem time to complete. Solution. Patriots get the word out. Jason Bourne. Deep dream. What was I just talking about today with my dream catcher? That now helps me with dreams that I can actually remember. You remember how Bourne was trying to remember?
Yeah.
Man, this helped. I can't believe how this helps me remember my dreams. It's like I get to watch a whole other movie every night.
Okay, Jason Bourne. Hopefully you haven't done anything bad.
Yeah, right.
MK Ultra Dave.
Yeah, exactly. And I also watched Total Recall, the new one with Colin, whatever his name is. And because I just wanted to see what kind of predictive programming was going on.
Right.
And it's again brain stuff, getting inside your brain, changing your memories, changing your DNA, making you think you're somebody you're not.
Well, instead of going on vacation, you just do it in your mind.
Yep, stealing your dreams.
And then look at what they're doing with the kids with the Oculus. Is now the 3-dimensional or the the goggles you put on, the virtual reality.
Yep.
And that was in Ready Player One.
Yep.
That was predicted in Ready Player One.
Right.
Which is a very good movie, by the way. But if you look at it the way we look at things, that that is predictive programming 101, where you don't ever leave your trailer or your house. Basically, your real life is terrible, so you live in the meta world, basically, is what they're trying to do.
Hey, the creators of 355, Kat said, created the Bourne series. And one of the characters in one of the actors in 355's name is Bourne. Susie says.
Oh my God.
Interesting. Maybe another ritual. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Peter says, so damn exciting, Dave. Even better than when 2 years ago Q drops live during the show. Exciting times. Yeah, we've had some pretty amazing times, but given the fact that this is pretty random and pretty, we're ready, I think. I think we're ready for this.
Yeah, I think we're very ready. Actually, at least our country. I know a lot of others are further along than us.
Yeah,
because they've already taken to the streets.
This one says, kill NASA, prevent space domination, allow bad actors to take down military satellites worldwide, secure comms, install weapons of mass destructions, risk of EMP, space originating helpless. Class 1 to 99, HRC 8, World War III, death and weapons, real war, fake and controlled population growth control, pocket billions. Eliminate final rogue ops within government, military, kill economy, starve, need, enslave, open borders, revised constitution, ban sale of firearms, Second Amendment removal. This is what they planned. They never thought she would lose the 16-year plan to destroy America. Hussein 8, install rogue ops, leak see intel, military assets, cut funding to military, command away from generals, launch good guy takedown, internal remove, Valerie Jarrett sniffer, SAP sell-off, Snowden open source prism, key score catastrophic to U.S. military versus bad actors, military versus bad actors worldwide, plus clowns, no such agency, target weakened conservative base, IRS, MSM, open border, flood illegals, Democrat win, ISIS, MS-13, fund, install, fear, targeting removal, domestic assets, etc. Blind eye, North Korea, nuke build, class 1, 2, 3, blind eye, Iran, fund and supply, blind eye, class 23 to 41, stage, Supreme Court, Adam Schiff, 187, unbelievable, U1 fund supply, Iran, North Korea, plus reduce U.S. capacity, kill NASA.
Dave.
Yeah.
Hey, we were instructed to follow Huma.
Yes.
So I checked, and the timestamp is 10:37. You might want to see that.
10:37. Jess Cotton also said 355 is the area code for Cape Canaveral, with extension area code 321.
Oh wow!
Interesting.
Countdown.
Wow.
You'll want to look at that.
Okay. So we're going to. You want me to just stay in the drops?
Stay in the drops. Go to 1037, which the 37 really kind of hit me because of the 10, which is the 5-5, and then the drop 37 where we just were directed to.
Booms en route, blind, 5-5, green, and then a trip code. April 6, 2018.
Another reference to blind.
Yeah.
Light.
Wow.
Awakening.
And 5-5, loud and clear. Wow.
And that was a Huma timestamp, so that's direct.
Huma timestamp. Wow.
That was their New Year's timestamp.
Wow.
So drop the 0, Dave. Go to 137.
I'm gonna do
I haven't done it
here.
yet. But we got to drop the 0.
137.
Cool.
Oh, wow. 137, November 11th, 2017.
Wow.
Iraq, Central Bank of Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica.
Central
it's basically
Bank
the central
of Iraq,
banks.
Dave.
Yep. What
That's big.
plays huge in the currency reset.
That is one of the biggest things that they paid off their war debt to invading Kuwait. They settled that in the last week.
They've been paying off quite a bit, and they finally settled it.
They finally settled that for good.
Wow, and that's supposed to be one of the one of the key elements before the global currency reset.
A trigger.
Yeah. Wow.
And Scavino posted over the weekend also.
Duda corrected me. It's not Adam Schiff 187. It was Anthony Scalia. Thanks, Duda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Duda's all over it, but
yeah.
If you'll remember, did you look at any of the Scavino tweets over the weekend? He had one where he was in a bar at like 2:30 in the morning. It was like a crazy time. It was around New Year's, but he showed a Christmas tree with a bunch of gold balls on it. So that to me was a reference to possible reset.
I saw the Q one.
The good one, not the bad. I posted that the fireworks.
Yep, I saw your post on that.
Yeah, I stopped it when the very first explosion looked like a Q.
Dude, unbelievable.
Crazy, isn't it?
Here's January 2nd, New Year's Eve, Trump.
I said, Jason, I can't afford you.
Hey.
Oh, thanks. Trying to save the show. Yeah, I don't know if that would...
There's a reference to Q in that song. Ain't that America for Q and me, the way he says it? He doesn't say you. I listened to it a bunch of times and I hear him say Q.
Wow, really?
And me.
Wow.
It's definitely different than you and me.
Who's that singing?
I don't know. And I'm not real good with singers. Now Jason was the name, but I don't think that. I mean, I have no idea who it is. It's Jason somebody, I'd imagine. Is that Jason Aldean? That was a guess, but he didn't look real country. That's who it was. Jason Aldean.
Yep.
Ain't that America for Q and me? And then the next one down, I believe, that is
wow.
That is nothing but love. What was that show that I just? What was that show that I just referenced? Let me see. Oh, that's Redeeming Love. Yeah. The one with the fireworks is good too. That was a cue right there.
Hell yeah.
Can you, I mean, I didn't really have to stretch it, did I?
No. Yeah, that's a cue.
That's what I thought.
That looks like a face. That's just a devil's face, evil. That's just about to get blown the hell up. Pretty cool. And here's another.
That's where the gold balls are on the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And the song would get you taken down, but that song, gosh, I analyzed it this weekend and I forgot what I analyzed. Oops.
Even though we ain't got money, I'm so
Yes,
in love with you, honey.
money
Everything.
reference. Money reference.
Right.
And then the gold.
Nice. Nice, dude.
I just went to the White House live feed and it is dark, like pitch black dark. I thought maybe there'd be a green castle.
This is interesting.
Even though we ain't got money.
Yeah.
Now, see all the gold on that?
I do. Nice.
And then there was a wreath that looked like it might have been a queue up there, but I had to stretch it a little bit. You know, I
Yeah,
don't
no
like
need
that.
to no need to stretch anything here, man. As a matter of fact, let's go to the. This is 43 seconds on this video, 11:08
Yep.
p.m.
43 and 34. I looked at it. I don't remember if it was that big.
Oh man. Whoa. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. I went to 1818. Because let me figure out why I went there.
Oh, Dave, 43 has bad actors in it.
Wow. Of course it does.
And then 34 is Q Clearance Patriot.
Of course it is. All right. All right, man. Okay, so going to wow. Okay, so we're going to 34, 43, and what was it, 11:08?
I did.
Yeah.
I didn't.
11:08 is like clockwork. You have been prepared. Iran threat to restart nukes. Drudge report. And that was from the timestamp 8:08 p.m., which is 11:08 on the East Coast. And then we go to 43. You want to read that one, pal?
Let me see. 43.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's November 2nd, 2017. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to 9/11. Any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow.
Of course, 34, Hugh Clarence Patriot. That's just a beautiful one. We've read it multiple times. Check it out. But my fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11/3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4, etc., etc. State of emergency, temporary military control will be actioned. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the U.S. to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in an effort to provide a direct message avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct those operations at home and abroad. And we were sent there by Dan's tweet here. What's that?
That's a big one. And I also think that since 43 carried the bad actors, I think, that's double confirmation we got where we needed to go. '43 has bad actors in it.
Did I miss that?
The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government. We were just shown to go to look up bad actors based on the 355 movie. I mean, this all can't be coincidence.
No way.
Stop it. Stop it.
Do it, Q.
Like I said before, if this was a black hat psyop, they're already way too smart for us. We don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
It's got to be white hat. And I hope they're laughing when they hear our broadcast, because I know they're listening. I hope you guys are laughing at us when I hope you're rooting for us, but also, I know you are, but I think they've got to be going, oh my God, they're missing it. They're missing the easy one.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're not missing too much.
Exactly. Right.
They're listening,
Yes, I agree.
And what are we not getting? Hey, if you guys want to give me the Cliff Notes, my email is gdmnsk@yahoo.com. You can send me like the Cliff Notes if I miss anything, because I could be stupid.
Yep. Todd, say that.
I think we're getting it.
Say that slower. No, your email.
Oh, it's my last name with no vowels. GDMNSK.
GDMNSK. Cheryl White says that Jason of Aldean was singing in Vegas when the shooting happened. I forgot about that.
That is right.
That's huge.
The
That
Vegas
is
link.
huge, man.
I knew I couldn't afford you.
Yeah, let's see the opening of that.
And he's a friend of mine, and he said, you know what, if you want me to do it, I said, Jason, I can't afford you.
Again, money reference, Todd.
Jason, I cannot afford you. I wonder if that should be
Gematria.
We should look Gematria.
Jason, I can't afford you. Jewish 107. Are you ready? Beyonce 107, 107. Too many people searching this dude, too. Let's go to English. Shayak, Jesus Christ, 13, inclusive capitalism, 13. Bible code, your name and see. Yeah, nothing much happening there.
13, inclusive capitalism, 13. That's 355.
Oh, yeah, good call. Good call.
And look in the simple, Dave. That's 217. Holy, that was a timestamp today. Let me look it up.
Wow. Wow.
That's just crazy. Because I was looking at this 217.
Let me hear what he says again.
And he said, you know what, if you want me to do it, I said, Jason, I can't afford you.
I can't afford you. Chris is saying maybe do Jason, I cannot afford you. No, he does says I can't afford you, I believe.
I said, Jason, I can't afford you.
Yeah.
Jason, I can't afford you.
Yeah, I can't afford you.
I'm trying to think of where I saw that 217. I know it's a timestamp of one of our guys.
Rick's saying 2-year Delta, January 6th, Trump's timestamp. Uh, 2019, January 6, 2019. The treachery revealed by Comey, Clapper, and Brennan requires accountability. That can only happen through a federal grand jury investigation headed by John Huber, the U.S. Attorney in Utah, who's been appointed to investigate the FISA criminality by the Obama and FBI and DOJ. That's huge.
Dave.
Yeah.
That 217 reference
Yeah.
goes back to the Dan Scavino Jr. post, Happy New Year with the fireworks.
Really?
Yeah.
And 217 takes us to November 23rd, 2017. God damn it, one more clue. How the fuck will we ever connect keyhole to this? One more keyword, please, please. That's from an Anon. And Q says clowns in America.
Oh, my God, Dave. Okay, clowns in America?
Yep.
All right. Go to Donald Trump Jr.
Tweet.
Yeah. Okay. 11 hours ago. Wow.
Okay.
This is great. Right
11
there.
hours ago. This one.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Fully vaccinated, fully masked, and fully shielded U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin tested positive for COVID.
Now look at what he said about him though. Clown show.
Clown show. Wow. Wow.
That doesn't even look real. Look, he's masked and he's got that giant shield.
Yep. It's a show. And it's a clown show.
It is a clown show.
And look at our military masked up like they're afraid of something.
Yep.
Wow.
And then above that, Dave, Donald Trump Jr. references sheep.
Hold on. 22, 12, 222.
222.
222 is the timestamp on this.
Yep.
Man, there were a lot on January 6th. We got a lot to look up to get ready for January 6th. Holy cow.
Well, I think I don't think Q posts anything between the 1st and the 5th. I think that's a dead time.
Wow. Okay. Yep. 222, November 23rd, 2017. Q, is this relevant? At InQtel, Painter's work focused on identifying, research, and evaluating new startup technology firms for the CIA. And then Painter took a job at Google. Basically, they took Keyhole over to Google as Google Earth, and TK refers to talent keyhole code names for imaginary imagery from reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites.
And didn't that post right before that you looked at say, Q, when are we ever going to be able to connect Keyhole to this?
Yeah. Yes.
And there's your answer.
Whoa.
Keyhole and Google.
Whoa, dude. Good catch. One more clue. How fuck will we ever connect Keyhole to this? Clowns in America took us to Don Jr. Clown Show. Don Jr.'s timestamp took us to 222. And the connection from Keyhole to Google. Painter, Schmidt. Wow. Wow. Things are flowing, my friend.
Well, I don't know if I can do any better. So,
yeah.
You know, the sheep, I was going to reference you to Donald Trump Jr., the next post. He has sheep and goats join in German efforts to encourage vaccination.
Oh, my God.
So they have the sheep line up for that.
Oh my God. That's unbelievable. And that one, let's see.
Probably an effective tactic to coerce sheep.
Yeah. Wow. And that's 11:19. Let me just take 11/19, April 10th, 2018. McCain, Osama bin Laden, and Lindsey Graham. Thoughts?
Fake.
God bless. And Q says fake. So that was fake. I remember that now.
Yep.
Yeah. But the question is, what was it, and why did Q drop it? Unless, well,
and also I think it's just pointing out how realistic it can look.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And it does start off with Dave, the JPEG.
Well, I don't think we can do much more, bro. It's 12:29.
No. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. That's a pretty good drop.
That was amazing.
Um,
so I think we're all over this.
Yeah.
Hopefully, good news is coming soon. So,
yep.
Stay vigilant.
Thank you, brother. Good stuff, man. Love it.
Hey, Cindy. She's been helping. I think she's been helping some people about Healy's, maybe, and I think she's also maybe actually mothering a little bit. So anyway, I'll say goodnight for her too. But
okay, awesome.
Love you, brother.
Love you, man. Thanks.
And, love you, Sneds.
Thanks for everything.
Hopefully this. I'm excited about this. So hopefully this will light your fire. Don't be scared to do your own research. You can see how we do it, so you can have some booms in your life.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
Love you, pal. Good night, man.
Bye.
And Sneds, thank you, Rick. This is good stuff. January 6th, 2659 Dershowitz. Secret emails about underage sex allegations will put prominent people in handcuffs. This is a lot of what I'm looking at right now is the Q drops. Panic in DC. A lot of FISA. We saw Huber. Five Eyes established and designed by the Intel. On the 355, we've got the 5, right? We've got the 5 that are 5 actors, the 5 bad actors in the movie, right? 355. Let's see. SAPs was mentioned earlier. Panic in DC. Snowden, Ecuador. Brennan, agents, clown show, CIA contractors, CIA. FISA, umbrella surveillance warrants, Five Eye allies, 355. RBG, we were talking about the Scalia, the tarmac meeting, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. You know what a nightmare RBG actually was. Panic in DC, the clock is ticking. All good stuff, my friends. To the confirm, follow the pen, look familiar, the desk. Don't lose focus on Loop Capital. Loop Capital. We got to keep an eye on for that. That's coming up January 6th. All the different countries. Australia donate to Clinton Foundation. Saudi Arabia. Compare. Why is this relevant? List of leadership in Australia. We're seeing some horrible leadership. Who controls Australia? Who really controls Australia? UK. Why is this relevant? Certainly, CCP's got a big hand in things over there. Yeah. And did I miss... let me see. Yeah, good stuff on the board for the 6th, Rick. Yeah. Dave, I'm loving this show. Praying for the hammer to come down. Lorna, you and me both, my friend. And 355 everywhere. Yep. Who invented the Nobel Prize? It's a family, and I think the first one to win it, his name was Nobel. It was the first one that was given it, but I'm not for sure. Let's see. Yeah. Dershowitz. I want to get back to Dershowitz. Yeah, dude, I was looking for Dershowitz. Where was Dershowitz in that? Did I miss the Dershowitz on the 1/6? Let me see. Hey, Rick, what was that Dershowitz one? I think it's one of these right here, and I think I missed it. We got Huber. Yeah, he was definitely mentioned in the Maxwell trial. 2659. Thank you. 2659. This article. Get in line. Thank you, Rick. I was close. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. Dershowitz's secret emails about underage sex allegations will put prominent people in handcuffs. And I wonder about him, though, right? Because we should be finding this out very soon. This was January 4th, 2019. So tomorrow's January 4th, 2022, right? And we are expected to see the Dershowitz and the through the Maxwell filing through Virginia Giuffre Roberts, who sued him, and also Prince Andrew, and those documents are going to be revealed. And Dershowitz is saying there are emails so far that are secret, but that prove not only that I was framed, but who framed me. Dershowitz said it. Names. These people are going to go to jail once these emails come out, because this was a total frame-up for financial reasons, and I can prove it, and will prove it. Have me back on the show when the emails come out. Boy, will it be so interesting, because there will be prominent people in handcuffs. Prominent people in handcuffs once these emails come out. Look, as to the first woman who accused me, her own lawyer admitted in front of witnesses that she was wrong, just wrong, that I couldn't have been in the places, he said. The second woman, he said, is a woman who wrote to the New York Post claiming she had videotapes of Hillary Clinton, Bill, Donald Trump having sex with underage girls. The New York Post said, "We don't believe you." They wouldn't even publish her story, but she's one of the people. So we're going to see about this. I don't like Dershowitz. I never have. And he believes that the government is within its right to jab anybody that they choose for the public good. I think he's an asshole, and I think he's going to go down. So are we supposed to watch 553? Yes, so we did go to 553 just because of the mirror drop. Okay. Which led us to bad actors. 553, the tell. American citizens, bad actors. We hear you, we see you. Basically, what Q communicated to us through the timestamps, through the drops, right, is that we got 1518 now in the house. And I'm going to wrap things up here very shortly. But basically, what did we get from Q tonight? We got that FISA is huge, that that we're looking. It's looking like that's coming closer and closer, and that's going to come out. Dershowitz is pointed to from being in the Maxwell trial and Virginia Giuffre, so that's going to come out. Information's going to come out about him and Andrew. Okay, we're seeing how they had to take care of the bad actors, the judges, the politicians, the CEOs, to get them out of the way, and also get involved with military intelligence, because these are treasonous acts that these people are committing. So to be able to go to the military and have the military through the NSA spy on these people is the way to bypass the FISA. If, as Q says, do we trust the FISA judges? Or why would they trust the FISA judges who signed these documents that surveilled Carter Page and Trump through Carter Page? Hopefully that's not what I think it is. No, I'm loud and clear. No, that is Christy. Hold on. Hey there. They are. Well, I was looking. Was that the whole night? Oh my gosh. Well, what do they show? Because I clicked on them, and it didn't take me in anything worthwhile, I thought. Okay. And so what's been revealed? Yeah, I don't got time for that. That's why I'm looking for the meat on the bone. Do we have any meat on the bone? Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. So Christy's reminding us that we've got them in the show notes, my friends. And here we are. This is what I clicked on earlier. It's Giuffre versus Prince Andrew. Now, these were these the things that were to be released? Okay. They came out today. They did come out today then. Okay. Thank you for that. So, my friends, you guys can look at these through the show notes. Please dig into this. Tell us what you find. Because we have not had a chance to look into these yet. But we don't know if there's anything damning. Is anybody tracking this stuff? And because it doesn't look like anything is... it looks like just things that were filed, but it does have exhibits. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Alrighty. All right. See ya. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Christy, Nance Taylor, my friends who just reminded me that this has been released. And if you go into show notes, you can click on these and you can find admitted that Dershowitz had made recent statements about Giuffre in response to his being attacked, including the statement quoted, denied that Dershowitz believed Giuffre would not be prepared to engage in litigation because she lives in Australia. And this is... Dershowitz has stated publicly that he welcomes a trial at which jury will conclude that Giuffre is a liar, perjurer, and extortionist in making her allegations against him. The remaining allegations of this paragraph are denied, including that Dershowitz said he would waive the statute of limitations so that Giuffre could sue him. Further answering, Dershowitz has made clear that as a civil libertarian and law professor, he also feels compelled to present and preserve all First Amendment defenses, including self-defense privilege and the statute of limitations. Oh, so he's a civil libertarian and law professor, feels compelled to present and preserve all First Amendment defenses. How about the right to religious exemption from the vaccine, Alan? How about that one? How about the freedom of speech? Okay. Let's see. Folks, dig into this if you would. Send us what you know. And she attacks Dershowitz, so let's find out what's on here, right? And what's to be revealed. Let's see. Okay, Dershowitz on a plane with a Victoria's Secret model in her mid-20s. But Dershowitz, there's no way he gets out of this clean, in my opinion. And we'll see. I mean, I want the evidence to show that. But I don't believe he's going to get out of this clean. Also, Prince Andrew is right here, so please check that out. We've done some significant dives. Oh, this is CERN, by the way. The world's largest particle accelerator will start up with twice the power in March after a 3-year break. They're literally trying to break holes in the timeline and to other dimensions, and they've actually said that. And then you can find out a little bit more about CERN and how their particle accelerators work. Let's see, redirecting me to CERN a little bit slowly. Bias by omission, 10 major controversies the media avoided or covered up in 2021. Let's play this one.
Here to help us take a trip down memory lane, Fox News contributor and our media guy, Joe Concha. Joe, happy Tuesday to you. It's going to take some time, so let's start the scroll. Roll it. Now, literally, we need an untimed Fox Nation special to go through all of them bit by bit. We don't have that kind of time on this show. So, Joe, which of these was the most egregious to you?
Oh, boy. I mean, that's a lot to choose from, isn't it, Todd? Look, this is not a media show, reliable sources. And I used to go on the show fairly often years ago, mind you. And, you know, this is like giving MySpace a program to solely talk about how horrible Facebook is, or Burger King to tell you how horrible McDonald's is. It's cheesy Oppo research is reliable sources, the current version. And CNN is a rival, by the way, to Fox News, the way the New York Jets are a rival to the New England Patriots. There is no rivalry. The numbers in most time slots show this network is tripling and even quadrupling CNN. So there isn't much competition here. But all of that said, I think ignoring the fact that the Steele dossier was completely and totally debunked, finally, and we've talked about that for a while now. I think that's the biggest deal, because you think about the dossier, Todd, and the fact that it drove a news cycle for 3 years during the Trump presidency, and everything that was in it, all the salacious things, was discussed endlessly on CNN, and the fact that that now is worth the paper it was printed on, and a media show doesn't cover the fact that so many news organizations were duped by this dossier, which led to the Russia investigation, which dominated the Trump news cycle. I think if you ignore that, then you're no longer a media show. You are engaging in the bias of omission, which is the most insidious bias there is, as far as not telling viewers something that obviously should be very important to them, particularly if you're a media show.
And Joe, we've actually got something from the Washington Post here, an opinion piece that talks about CNN's fake reckoning over the Steele dossier. And it says, we asked Stelter to explain the dossier's omission. No on-the-record comment, replied CNN, who are a stickler for public transparency, frankly, via DM. Like, it would have made for some interesting television, I think, given CNN's own role in hyping the alleged corroboration of a document that has fallen apart bit by bit ever since its January 2017 publication by BuzzFeed News. But I suppose also he stayed away from reporting on a lot of the CNN stories, a lot of the Cuomo stories. They did mention it occasionally, but where were the big Cuomo scandals that could have been mentioned as well? I guess it's difficult to report on yourself when it's negative, but surely they had to have done more on that point.
Well, you would think, right? And look, you're right, Benjamin. Let's be fair. You know, it's their network, and as I said, it's not so much a media show as it serves as PR for the network sometimes, or engages in crisis management and trying to explain away some things like the Chris Cuomo story. And reliable sources, to its credit, did talk about it for a bit, but not nearly as much as it should have been broached. Also, the Jeffrey Toobin scandal was barely broached as well. And that's something that obviously people say, wait a minute, here you have your chief legal analyst engaging in what he did, and then the network still gives him a happy ending. That's something that I think at least could have been discussed in some way like that, where you could use puns and so on. But no, but CNN in the end, guys, is more of a competitor of MSNBC, and MSNBC was only broached 36 times on this media show in 2021. Fox News was mentioned 765 times on that. So that's all that this show exists for, is to say, look, see how bad Fox is. Let's tell you how bad Fox is. And then they bring in guests that support a narrative. And it's become so predictable, this show, that it has lost nearly 75% of its viewers when you compare it to the beginning of this year. Think about this. Nearly 8 in 10 viewers that were watching that show at the beginning of the year are gone because they know what to get. They know what they're going to what to expect, instead of a show that really analyzes the media. And trust me, as somebody who writes about it, Benjamin, there's a lot to discuss besides one network, believe me.
Well, you know, Joe, no matter what they try, it's just not working. And as you pointed out, ratings over here are skyrocketing. So thank you, everyone at home, for watching. Joe Concha, for joining us again. Thank you very much.
Take care, Benjamin. Have a good one.
Yeah. So very interesting how, it's so clear, that CNN is, years ago, I tried to convince a friend of mine that CNN was not to be trusted, and and they've since gotten the jab, buying into it hook, line, and sinker, and now, I don't even talk to him anymore, so I can't even tell him. But a township commissioner charged with rape. So we're seeing these people going down, whether you're in government or not. This is very interesting. Kim Jong-un, unrecognizable in latest appearance. Hopefully I've got that video right here. Let me see. Wow, supposedly that's him. Noticeably slimmer in photos released by state media this week. His continued weight loss, which has been noticeable for months, has fanned rumors that he is having health issues. That's a lot of weight. Authorities have insisted that Kim is healthy and simply eating less for the sake of the country, which is grappling with severe food shortages. Kim was photographed during the key ruling party meeting, during which he usually makes important New Year policy announcements. Pyongyang in July ordered citizens to start producing their own food to prepare for a shortage that could last as long as 3 years. And Kim in October told his citizens they should expect to eat less food until the country reopens its border with China in 2025. North Korea and China closed their border and suspended all trade in January 2020, cutting off food imports and North Korean farmers' access to fertilizer. You don't need fertilizers. You just need animals. They'll produce their own fertilizer. UN's Food and Agriculture Organization has estimated North Korea is short 860,000 tons of food this year alone, the equivalent to approximately 2.3 months of food use. Interesting. see what's up with that, my friends. Keep an eye out for that. Evergrande. Crashing. Biden judicial nominee once declared proof of citizenship is voter suppression. But Evergrande suspended trading in Hong Kong. I thought that might be a related article, but it's not. 3333 1 year. Not a good year for Evergrande. And this is Biden judicial nominee. Proof of citizenship. This is Nancy Gabana Abudu, also worked at the American Civil Liberties Union. From 2005 to 2019, she was nominated by Biden last month to serve as judge for the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. So not even somebody from this country, it seems, a citizen. She said 95% of her work focused on voting rights. Asking for identification and proof of citizenship are some of the areas of voter suppression she focuses on. That's a joke. Justice Department announces new rule requiring licensed gun sellers to offer gun storage devices. Okay, this ought to be interesting. Just another way to make it more difficult to buy and sell guns. It's ridiculous. And it's, of course, Merrick Garland. And it requires federal firearms licensees who sell guns to the general public to certify that they have secure gun storage or safety devices available. So think about a gun store. And think about how much space they have and how that space is taken up by boxes of bullets, guns lined up one after another and in a case. And they'll have a few, like, cases, safes, but not a lot. They're not going to take up a lot of space with safes. And it's hard enough for these people to make a living, much less that they're being, forced to jump through even more hoops. Roberts to Congress on court reforms were on it. Chief Justice Roberts began his year-end report with an anecdote from history to set the stage. By the end of the first page, the message of Roberts' report, which he released as usual on the final day of the year, was clear. In a year when a presidential commission studied Supreme Court reform and members of Congress introduced major legislation to revamp aspects of the federal judiciary, Roberts argued that any changes to the court system should, and he said would, come from within. Roberts started his 2020 year-end report looking back over 200 years, but for this 2021 report, he went back only a century to the 10th Chief Justice, former President William Howard Taft. In his role as Chief Justice, Roberts wrote, Taft was a visionary who persuaded Congress to create the institution that eventually became the Judicial Conference of the United States, which makes policies for the federal courts. Taft, Roberts contended, also believed that courts require ample institutional independence. The judiciary's power to manage its internal affairs, Roberts stressed, insulates courts from inappropriate political influence and is crucial to preserving public trust in its work as a separate and co-equal branch of government. Now, my friends, remember, the way this was set up that our constitutional rights would remain intact. They have not remained intact. And the court is completely politicized. Okay? And now they're actually trying to stack the court, right? They're trying to stack the court because of the sheer lack of power that the Democrats have, all right? And that is, what I just read something this weekend that Elizabeth Warren talked about how the Republicans stacked the court, and so now we should be able to as well, meaning the Democrats, meaning her and her friends. Meanwhile, the Republicans didn't stack the court. They just withheld Merrick Garland's nomination, which is within the law, which is within the Constitution. So Roberts turned to three specific issues that he said have been flagged by Congress and the press over the past year, and will receive focused attention from the Judicial Conference and its committees in the coming months. The first involved federal ethics rules, in particular the obligation of federal judges to recuse themselves from any case in which they have a personal financial interest. Okay, we've already seen that not be the case. After a 7-year period, 131 federal judges participated in 685 cases involving companies in which either they or their family members own stock. Okay, this was a Wall Street Journal investigation in September. Federal law and conflict of interest rules prohibit judges from hearing such cases. I think that politicians should have to recuse themselves from voting on any law where they have a vested financial interest as well. In response to the Journal's reporting, the House of Representatives passed by a vote of 422 to 4 the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Act. In a statement at the time, Gabe Roth of Fix the Court, a nonpartisan group that advocates for reforms to make the federal judiciary more accountable to the American people, said that the bill was intended to help litigants and the general public identify conflicts in real time. It would require judges to disclose stock sales and purchases greater than $1,000 within 45 days of the transaction. Okay. So he so those were very small amount of cases, less than 0.03% of 1% of the 2.5 million civil cases filed in the district cases of 9 years included in the study. Roberts conceded that needs to improve on a concrete level with more rigorous ethics training. Let's see. Also, patent litigation to reel that in, because it gives too much power to just a certain few judges. Okay, so they're going to study that and come back with any potential malfeasance by May 1st, 2022, and the random assignment of cases and the idea of district judges as generalists in Congress, intentional creation of districts and divisions. Judicial administration needs to be looked over, right? So this is interesting that we're seeing this coming out of Roberts. And again, what's he focused on? Does it really matter if it's just, a very, very small percentage of these judges that are benefiting? It's almost like he's going after the really minor stuff when it really needs to be much bigger stuff, right? So at any rate, and then of course he addressed the inappropriate political influence. Dan Reeves has died, former coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Denver Broncos and Dallas Cowboys player. He was 77 due to complications from a long illness, according to a family statement. So we're not going to find out if that was from a vaccination, it looks like. And Bobby Rush, my friends. Bobby Rush is out of Illinois, becomes the latest House Democrat not seeking re-election. And it was a result of a conversation he had with his grandson. Of course, they're going to talk about that kind of stuff. This guy is corrupt. Remember, he passed the bill 666, which was all tied into tracking you. We reported on this a long time ago. I'll show you. Tracking bill. Trace Act, Democratic Representative Bobby Rush's COVID-19 bill, H.R. 6666, sparks backlash. Okay? This guy's as corrupt as the day is long. Okay? He had a $100 billion grant program proposed in the H.R. Trace bill. And Testing, Reaching, and Contracting Everyone Act. Okay? Everyone Act. All right. I don't think it ever went anywhere, but they did other tracking, right? They're doing other things against us. So he's the latest, my friends. He's the latest. If you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. The Bill of Rights. I can't see that. I don't think, unless I do this. I cannot. Too small for me, but you guys check it out. Freedom of speech, religion, right to bear arms. You cannot quarter military in your homes. You can't be forced to quarter military. Unlawful arrest and search and seizure. Rights of persons accused of crimes. The right 5, plead the 5th, right to remain silent. Let me see, because I forget what 6 is. Rights of persons on trial for crimes. So you get, you're able to get a public defender, etc. Jury trials in civil cases, you have the right to that. You have a right to a jury of your peers. Limitations on bail and punishments. We've gone the opposite direction with many people by letting them get out without bail. And then also, how about the limitations on bail and punishment for the January 6th folks that have been imprisoned for a year now, violating their 8th Amendment as well. Rights kept by the people. There are rights, not the government's. Not that there are governments to take or give back. There are our rights. Powers kept by the states or the people. This is the breakdown between the judicial. The states' rights. Not the federal government's rights. So, and then I saw a movie where only the police and military had guns. It was called Schindler's List. We are in the midst of the longest, saddest, most excruciating, unsatisfying I told you so in the history of the world. A lot of people believe the most frequently washed body part in 2021 was the hands, but in fact it was the brain. Liberal scientists can prove climate change is real. They can't tell the difference between boys and girls. Leaving 2019, entering 2022. The coronavirus sounds kind of dangerous. McDonald's, Pornhub, overweight. What do you mean you don't have the 12th booster shot? That's what the way Lloyd Austin looked today. If everyone added this to their mask, Pizzagate, next week they wouldn't need one. If there ever is a civil war between conservatives and liberals, I'm not worried. Hear, hear. The Wheel of Death, Make It a Good Spin, Ghislaine, the Pedo Elites, Choked on Prison Food, Heart Attack, Mystery, Alien Abduction, COVID-19, Sudden Cancer, Suicide by Bed Sheet, Disappear, Stabbed by Inmate, Drowned, Prison Shower, Shot, Escape Attempt, Poison. Never forget, I did not grant your freedom to you. Your freedom was granted to you at birth by your Creator. Government's job is to acknowledge and preserve that freedom, which is actually already yours naturally. Beautiful. Thank you, Christy, for the show notes. Barbara, Jen, thank you all. Thanks for all who have contributed. And thanks for all of you folks that are getting involved in 7K with Nancy and I and Todd and Cindy. Please check us out at INdoctriNATION.com. Click on Patriot Silver and put your information in, and we'll talk to you about how you can get silver at a really great price, or gold at dealer prices, and get involved numismatically, which is even going up at a higher rate. I love you, my friends. Let's do a quick prayer to before we leave. I'm going to do a basic one, the one that our Lord has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, yours now and forever. Amen. My friends, prayers go out to you all. Nate, your mom, Rhonda, your boy, your family, baby Grace, baby Grayson, Diane up in heaven, Diana, Rust, so many folks that have had a difficult 2021. We ask you to strengthen them and bring them into 2022 with new hope, new vision, and please help us to rid this planet of evil. And we are humbled before you at this task ahead of us to raise awareness around the world that we actually live in, so that we may change it for the better. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. Oh, yes. Thank you for your prayers, folks. Yeah, please keep your prayers up for my health as well. I've been having some issues lately. So I thank you for that as well. Excuse me. And thank you, Kat, and God bless you and your family. Karen, you're welcome, and thank you. Thank you all, guys. Good stuff. We ended up with 1,300 in the Sned Shed tonight, a little over 1,300. And thanks for all the contributions, guys. If you want to support the show, you know how to do it. INdoctriNATION.com, and you can click donate. And all the good stuff is there. Thank you all. Happy 2022. I look forward to a great year with you. And I do believe, thank you, Charlie, I do believe that we are going to have a great year ahead. I think there's going to be a lot of trial and tribulation. But I do believe that we are going to win. I think good will prevail. And much love to you all. All right. Be well. See you tomorrow night. Oh, just a quick reminder. Well, I haven't told you this yet, but I'll be traveling Friday, so there won't be a show Friday. Monday tonight, Tuesday tomorrow, and Thursday will be a show. And then we'll be done until the following Monday, I believe. Yeah, and I'll have to be doing some shows from the road, so we'll figure it out. All right, much love to you all.